Good evening and welcome to City Council meeting for January 26, 2021. This meeting is being conducted in accordance with emergency directive from Governor Sisolak 021, so there will be no in-person attendance. Provisions have been made to receive public comment via email, voicemail, or during the public comment periods by call-in. These directives are originated with Directive 006 and have been extended by several others. Items listed on the agenda may be taken out of order. Two or more agenda items for consideration may be combined, and any item on the agenda may be removed or related discussion may be delayed at any time. And with that, I will call the meeting to order and we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, did we have any public announcements this evening? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to announce that today began candidate filing for the 2021 municipal general election. And as of close of business today, we had 7 candidates file for office, so we will definitely be conducting a primary election on April 6th. As I mentioned before, the purpose of a primary is to strictly eliminate candidates that go forward to the general. It would be the 4 highest vote receivers. So candidate filing continues through this week. Our hours are 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. and continues through next week as well, Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., with the exception of Thursday, where candidate filing will close at 5 p.m. Of course, any questions, people are welcome to contact the City Clerk's office or visit our website. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll begin with our first public comment period. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. Each person has up to 5 minutes to speak on a specific agenda item. Anyone wishing to speak may call in to 702-589-9629.
Public comment.
Hello.
Hello, public comment.
Hi, this is Vince Alberta. I'd like to make public comment, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Alberta.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Vince Alberta. I'm a resident of 1237 Sonatina Drive in Henderson, Nevada. I've been in Southern Nevada for 30 years, and I'm calling today in support of Director of Golf Operations, Andy Shaper. I'm a longtime golf holder at the Boulder City golf courses, and I'm urging the city to continue their investments in the 2 public golf courses. The value and experience at Boulder Creek Golf Club is especially exceptional, and it's a great showcase for the community. Mr. Shaper is a member of the Professional Golfers Association of America, which is a prestigious group, and he's a resident of Boulder City. He is unequivocally dedicated to this community and is a true professional within the golf industry. Mr. Shaper and his staff are well versed in their field and great ambassadors for Boulder City. They're knowledgeable, courteous, customer service focused, and they have worked tirelessly to market the golf courses and have developed a substantial marketing database to attract existing and new golfers. Under Andy's leadership and direct involvement, the staff has developed junior golf programs at both courses, and they've hosted regional and collegiate golf championships at Boulder Creek. And as a side note for those in the audience and watching, Andy Shaper is also a teacher of the game. He has led Boulder City High School boys and girls golf teams to state championships. I understand the responsibility the City Council has to be prudent in how it invests its public monies. However, I also understand the importance of a city offering a full array of recreational amenities to its residents and to attract visitors. That includes parks, athletic fields, swimming pools, walking, jogging, and cycling trails, and yes, golf courses. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Boulder Creek Golf Club generated enough revenue to cover its operating expenses. Boulder Creek is also a venue for weddings, anniversaries, memorial services, sunrise Rotary Club luncheons, and State of the City addresses, all of which I have attended in Boulder City. It's a gathering point for a lifetime of memories and friendships. When Southern Nevada residents and visitors drive to Boulder City, they play golf, they stimulate the local economy by spending money on food, beverages, gas, golf apparel, and other items. I golf weekly at Boulder Creek, and I can attest to spending money with the local businesses while in town. My friends and family do as well. I have personally recruited out-of-state golf groups to play at Boulder Creek Golf Club and will continue to do so in the future, provided the city honors its commitment to maintain the public golf courses at a high quality. One final note, in order to remain competitive, the City Council needs to invest in new golf carts. The current fleet of carts is nearly 10 years old. It's only the second fleet since the course opened in 2003. The carts are becoming a potential liability for the city, both figuratively and literally. The current marketing campaign for the Boulder City Chamber of Commerce is Discover, Explore, Unwind. And on its website, below the Boulder City and Hoover Dam logo is the phrase, "A world away, come and play." That's what we want to do, now and in the future. I promoted tourism in Southern Nevada for almost a decade, and part of that promotion was promoting Boulder City. Visitors going to Hoover Dam, going to Boulder Creek Golf Club, going to the zip line. It is an extension of Las Vegas and Southern Nevada. The businesses and the residents benefit from that revenue. My Irish-Italian grandmother used to say, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. That's what we have here. We have a dedicated employee, a contractor, who is offering a proposal that is less than what currently is being spent for Boulder City golf courses, both in operations and in maintenance. And I am hopeful that for those council members considering voting against this proposal, they have done their homework and their responsibility to sit down with Mr. Shaper and ask tough questions that he has a chance to respond before they make a vote tonight that will impact golf courses in Boulder City and a family who resides there. Vote yes on agenda number 9 in favor of Andy Shaper and his staff. Thank you for your time tonight, and I will deed the meeting back over to the council. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The phone line is available. Anyone wishing to call for public comment? Phone number 702-589-9629.
Public comment.
Yes, I have public comment.
Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Council. For the record, Fred Volz. Several agenda items deserve public comment this evening. The capital improvement plan for city utilities in item 5 contains long overdue maintenance and enhancement projects to keep the system running safely and reliably. The ongoing problem for which there is no solution is the inability of existing city staff to spend the money they seek in a given fiscal year or even several subsequent years. In the Capital Improvement Coordinator's reports, you will see that less than 24% of the open utility project monies have been spent or encumbered, with 50% of this fiscal year gone. Adding new projects that can't be done in fiscal year 22 unnecessarily requires higher utility rates. This problem has festered for year after year with no visible catch-up of appropriations with project completions. Adding the provision that nonprofits need Internal Revenue Code 501c3 status in item 6 makes complete sense, particularly after the local Chamber of Commerce unsuccessfully attempted to secure a free facility from city taxpayers. Only organizations that are bona fide nonprofits should benefit from taxpayer largesse. In item 9, the issue at hand focuses on whether Shaper Golf, without any competitive bidding, should also be given the maintenance contract at the golf courses. City staff are apparently unconcerned with the lack of a competitive bidding process, which is standard operating procedure for city contracts over $50,000 in value. This proposed contract is $1.58 million. Nowhere in staff's documentation appears any indication that Shaper Golf has the resources or management skills to handle golf course maintenance operations. The specialized field of golf course maintenance cannot be casually given to a company that has no demonstrated capabilities, but that's what's been proposed based on the lack of support materials from Shaper. To do right by city residents, the council needs to send this maintenance contract out for competitive bidding. As part of the bidding process, return bids should include all equipment, utilities, fertilizer, herbicides, grass seed, and other consumables, as well as labor. This comprehensive approach encourages economy on the part of the successful bidder, while the golf course maintenance standards the city has established are followed. A 10-year contract makes no sense in today's world and limits the city's future options. As a point of reference, most employment contracts that labor unions negotiate are typically 3 years. The finance director's optimistic revenue assumptions in her 5-year financial plan, item 10, merit comment. Recovery of Nevada's economy from virus-instilled fear could easily take considerably longer than the end of fiscal year 22. Millions are without jobs or lost their businesses through arbitrary closures and face grim future prospects. How that reality impacts property tax payments or taxable spending can't be accurately forecasted after the temporary federal money goes away. Prudence suggests that we should not assume a 4% increase in tax collections or a 3% growth in property taxes after fiscal year 22, but assume either flat or slightly declining revenues in those two categories for longer than 1.5 years. As for the ballot questions in item 13, we do not have the projected cost estimates from the consultant or a recommendation from the pool committee as to whether they suggest the municipal pool should be rehabilitated or rebuilt from scratch. The concern here is that the current wording of the 3 ballot questions does not disclose the full cost of the proposed municipal pool changes. If the wording is approved tonight by council, how can it be amended to include that full cost estimate for each ballot question and still meet the submission deadlines for the June general election ballot? No one should be expected to buy something for which they don't know the full cost. Thank you, and I would ask that these comments be added verbatim to the record.
Thank you.
Public comment.
Yes, I'd like to speak on public comment.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, my name is Robert Northridge. I am.
Go ahead, Mr. Northridge, but can you mute your computer in the background, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm a Boulder City resident of 37 years. My wife's a resident over 50 years. Here we've been, I've been a golfer, and I can just say over the last 2 years when Mr. Shaper has been appointed the director of golf in both courses, it's just been such an improvement for the golf courses and for Boulder City, and everything just has been so much better than it was before. Like I said, I played the Boulder City golf course for 40 years, and it's never been in better shape. And I would just say that I would really like to see Mr. Shaper be considered for this contract. Thank you.
Thank you. This is our initial public comment period. The phone number is 702-589-9629. Anyone wishing to speak on an item on the agenda?
(589-9629). Anyone wishing to speak on an item on the agenda?
Go ahead, please. Could you please mute your stream in the background, please?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a public comment.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, on behalf of, my name is Lynn Miller, I'm president of Boulder City Women's Golf Association. And on behalf of us, we would like to state that Andy Schaefer Golf, since he has taken over our course, it's been in the best shape it's ever been, and the staff all around the golf course is professional and courteous. The cart barn staff, they are above and beyond helping with us with their bags, and the experience just has been so elevated and above expectations, and we would be very disappointed in any changes, and we are supporting Andy Schaefer. Thank you.
Thank you. Can anyone wishing to speak in public comment? The line is now available. The phone number is 702-589-9629. Again, this is the initial public comment period. Anyone wishing to speak on an item on the agenda, the phone number is 702-589-9629.
Public comment.
Hi there. My name is J.C. Davis, and I understand you're taking public comments related to the Boulder Creek Golf Club.
Any agenda items, so yes, go ahead.
So I am a longtime Boulder City resident, moved in 2000, and I just wanted to communicate my support for both Boulder Creek and for Andy Schaefer as the administrator of that facility. I have been a professional golf writer. I annually create a golf tournament here in Boulder City, which has been hosted many years at Boulder Creek and has grown to about 75 participants. And it's an excellent facility. I consider it to be the crown jewel in Boulder City's portfolio of recreational items. So I hope the board will consider the needs of golfers and the needs of the local economy when making its decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
The phone line is now available. The phone number is 702-589-9629 for our initial public comment period. Madam City Clerk, were there any voicemails or emails for the public record?
Yes, just one.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
This was a written comment provided regarding item number 8 by John Warnock. And he states it's regarding the warehousing business storage units with caretaker residences at 1030 Industrial Road. He expressed his support, stating, "I think this is an excellent idea." And that's it.
Thank you. Again, this is our initial public comment period. Anyone wishing to speak on an item on the agenda, the phone number is 702-589-9629. All right, hearing no others for the initial public comment period, we'll close that and move to our first agenda item. Approval of the regular agenda. Madam City Clerk, any changes?
No changes.
Madam City Attorney
No changes.
and Mr. City Manager.
No changes.
All right, City Council, any changes requested for the regular agenda?
No changes.
All right, do we have a motion then to approve the regular agenda?
Mayor, I move to approve the regular agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll move to the consent agenda. Again, Madam City Clerk
No changes.
and Madam City Attorney,
No changes.
Mr. City Manager,
No changes.
any changes from council?
No changes.
All right, anyone wishing to make a motion then for approval of the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll move then to item number 5, the first item of the regular agenda, presentation of the Utility Advisory Committee's Capital Improvement Plan, presented by Mr. Porter. I know, Dr. Ree, you're here, but...
Yeah, I get the easy part. Dennis Porter, Director of Utility Services. I'm just going to introduce Dr. Reed. I know you all know him, but for the audience's benefit, the Utility Advisory Committee has been working diligently over many, many months of reviewing the capital improvement plan, not only for FY22, which is in front of you tonight, the report that they provided, but looking also at the 5-year capital improvement plan for utilities. I think it seems a lot longer because of COVID, but they have been spending a lot of their time on this. And so Dr. Ree is here. He does not have a presentation because, like me, he doesn't necessarily like to make PowerPoint presentations, but he is here to answer questions and or get feedback from the Utility Advisory Committee's perspective. So,
Thank you. Dr. Ree, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So I just had a couple of things I wanted to say. And so anything that I say here, I'm trying to speak on behalf of the UAC, not give my own personal opinions as best I can. So I'm just here to represent the committee. And I wanted to say a couple of words about written reports because it doesn't specify exactly in the resolution that we're supposed to provide written reports. We're supposed to review the CIP. And we thought it might be best to provide written reports because 2 years ago when you were discussing, Mr. Mayor, the creation of this committee and how it would function, the idea is that it might be best if the committee reported directly to the council rather than maybe having its views filtered for better or for worse or edited by city staff. So I think that's one good reason to have written reports, and also it gives my colleagues the assurance that I won't distort, their intent or whatever. These reports were discussed in a workshop. The report that is in the packet was discussed in a workshop, and then it was voted on, and all of the 7 members had the opportunity to provide input. So it's a sort of summary of the consensus of the committee. And as Dennis mentioned, I'm going to assume that you've read it. I don't see the point of sort of reading documents that are already in the packet. But I sort of had a question for you, is just to get the sense, are we on the right track? The idea of this report was not to make the decisions for you on the CIP since you're the elected officials, but rather to see if we can use our knowledge to sort of express in layman's terms what some of these projects are. And since this is our first report, it'd be useful to hear, well, is this helpful or is it not interesting or could we do it better, that kind of thing. So, thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from council? Councilmember Adams?
Thank you. I do appreciate the work that was put in here. Obviously, it's not super in-depth, but I think it's pretty clear and to the point about what each project is and kind of why it's necessary. I did have one question about, I think it's W21-101, 102, the El Dorado Valley line pressure reducing valve stations. This is for the newest water line that's in the El Dorado Valley now, is that correct?
I think so. Is that correct then?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And I guess my question is, obviously, I'm not familiar that it's serving any users currently, correct? That water line right now, is that correct?
I'm not so sure.
Sorry, this might.
Yes, no, and that report's not to that detail, but yes, so to give you an idea, obviously there's a current pipeline that goes down there that is in service. It goes all the way down to the solar farms. There are a minimum of, I believe, at least 2 pressure reducing valves on that pipeline because the hydraulic grade line changes, the elevation changes immensely from, our upper Hemingway tanks down into the solar farm. So we have to reduce the pressures in that pipeline to make sure the pipeline has an appropriate service life. Apparently, and this was kind of before me, that project was phased in 3 phases. The first phase and the second phase were to build the pipeline, make the connection to the existing pipeline, go underneath the freeway, and extend the pipeline down to essentially what they could afford with the budget they had in place, which took it down to right there at the I-11 intersection. In order to put that pipeline in service, those PRVs need to be designed and constructed, and so that's what that project is. What the intent would be to do is to take that portion of the existing pipeline out of service once those PRVs got built, so that we're at least using the new pipeline, which I find to be pretty important, so that's why we built it, and then use that secondary line as a backup, or they could potentially be run in parallel. That would just be an operating issue that we would deal with later, so that's what that project is.
All right. And it's currently not serving any?
It's currently not serving, and the main reason is there's no PRVs on that pipeline, and they would be at an incredibly high pressure, and it's. And
once those valves are in place, then it's ready to be serviced.
It's ready. They're in addition to the 2 PRVs, there just have to be a connection made to the existing pipeline. They're 10 feet apart from each other.
All right. And my only other question then is with regards, there is a comment on here from the UAC, which they request that the projects, let's see, hold on, that the project numbers remain consistent throughout the life of the project so that the project is easily tracked. Is that something that's easily done? Is that going to mess up with the organization?
It's kind of a finance question, but that's something we've been working on, and we've heard that feedback from more than just the advisory committee to, at a minimum, make sure there's some connection between when the CIP gets its title and when we enter in something into Munis, it has a different title. So if nothing else, to make sure those are connected so you can track all the way from the inception of the project through construction. So that's something we're working with finance on now.
Yeah, I know.
I
I've
don't want
heard
to answer for George.
Yeah, it's probably best for you since I know that's probably an administrative thing. So
Yeah, and that is definitely an issue that the committee brought up with staff.
yeah, I think if we can move in that direction, I think that'll be helpful for everyone that's trying to keep track of this stuff. So
Yeah, and just a little bit on that, you'll see some, well, the committee's going to see some changes in some of the upcoming reports where there's the CIP number as well as the project Munis number, if that's what you want to call it, so for each project.
all right, thank you.
Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, I do find it very, very thorough. It explains to me exactly what's coming up. One question is are all of these projects doable in the time frame listed here? I mean, in terms of meeting these?
You want me to answer this?
I mean, are these, is this a wish list or is this?
It is a priority list,
Okay.
and those projects all are, within both 22 and the 5-year plan, they're all priorities. But your question is incredibly valid, and we've heard that from City Council, we've heard it from the Utility Advisory Committee, we've heard it from the public. And in fact, we just spent a couple hours with one of the UAC members last week where we are looking at modifying that capital plan so that we can be more assured that, we can be able to perform and get those projects done as indicated. Clearly, from a CIP perspective, there's the budget for the capital improvement projects. The budget doesn't always tie to cash flow for projects because certain things can happen under certain projects. But we have gone back and taken a look at that. We'll be presenting a revised 5-year plan to the UAC next week for their consideration. It does have some changes. It may change one of the FY22 projects. So eventually that would come back to City Council and it would modify this report what looks like just one project. So it'd be a minimal change, but still it's to address that very issue of do we have the resources to get the projects done. We're also going to be making some modifications in our operation and maintenance budget to help with that as well. So you'll be seeing that in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoskins?
Thank you. It was just brought to my attention this week about the sewer smell at Route 93 in Nevada Way. And I know we talked about it in our briefing yesterday, but I don't see that in here. And I don't know if that, I guess that issue has been brought up several times in the past couple of years. So I'm just wondering if it's something that, I know you have some deodorizers and stuff like that, but.
Yeah, so your timing is impeccable, Councilwoman. Because we just got some preliminary results from the vendor with which we just installed some new odor control equipment at Lift Station 1, which is the lift station there at Nevada Way and the highway. The early indications are positive. So when you measure odor, you basically look at hydrogen sulfide concentrations. So we have background data for before we had the product in place, and our maximum hydrogen sulfide measurements were fairly high. I mean, when they're as high as 300 parts per million, you're going to smell it. Since we put that product in, it's only been in for a little over a month and a half or so, plus or minus. We've been able to drop those concentrations substantially, but they are still at a level where you can possibly smell them. So there's more work to be done. There's more data to be collected. lift station number 1 is in the early priority with the improvements that came out of our condition assessment. So integrated with what we're doing now and the pre-design work we do for that lift station, we'll be looking at additional means and methods for managing that odor. Unfortunately, the way the Hemingway Valley system is set up, there's 3 lift stations that pump in series. That's very difficult to control odors when you pump, and you have extended age of the wastewater in these long force mains that pump to each lift station. So it makes it a little more difficult, but there are solutions in there, and that'll be one of the early projects that also has other improvements that have to be done with that lift station, but the odor control is part of that. It's kind of a long-winded answer.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
Councilmember Folda?
Thank you, Mayor. So for feedback, I just wanted to say I appreciate all the work that the Utility IHOC Committee has been doing. I know this took a lot of work to get that many people to agree on a document and the wording of it, and that takes a lot of technical work. I do like that it's very simple to understand, and that's, I think the point of having the committee in the first place is that, this is a specialized area, and that most city council members won't be very strong in this area of expertise. And so it's really important for us to have that perspective from those who, work in those fields and have that idea of doing it. So I'm so glad to have this. I'm glad that the public has this now to see, because prior to being on city council, the only words I heard about our utilities was that they were failing. We have an aging, failing utility, and that's all I heard about it, and I didn't understand what that meant or why. And really, we didn't have, as organized, we didn't have a director for utilities. We didn't have the committee that looks at our committees, and I think that's, that probably caused a lot of extra work for Public Works, who are already doing the capital improvement project, plus the Public Works projects, plus trying to maintain our own utility, because Boulder City owns and maintains our own utility. And so I think we've advanced a lot in this short amount of time, and I'm glad that we're headed in this right direction. So I think just hopefully that feedback that we can continue to get these out here in kind of a layman's term that we can understand the projects. I know that you're working on a 5-year plan so that we can have kind of a systematic, organized manner of which these projects are done, because a lot of things are dependent on other projects being done. And so especially I know in the utility, of the electric utility division, where decommissioning substations is a lot of reliant on some other projects. So,
Yeah, thanks for all that. It sounds, I'm getting the sense that maybe we're on the right track then. I mean, I sort of came here to get some sense from the council as like, well, I kept it short because I was hoping you'd read it. So I thought if we write a super long document, there's less chance, but it sounds like you have read it, and we can make it a bit longer. We're here to help you with that. That's my sense. So any feedback but this sounds very positive to me as far as I can. I don't mind criticism. If you're not happy, it's good to let us know, because we can change direction. But you seem to have understood what I'm trying to do, which is, we're trying to do more actually, which is very encouraging, at least, though we're sort of on the same wavelength. But we can do other things too, if you wish. So.
No, I think that you're on the right track with getting these kind of in order and in an orderly system and in a comprehensive way that everyone can follow along and have transparency in where the utility money is going. So we appreciate it.
Okay, well, that's encouraging. Thank you then. Yep.
Don't leave yet. Again, I also want to express my appreciation. This was something, along with the late Councilman Warren Harhay, that I certainly felt was a necessity, was to have sets of eyes that look at this from an independent point of view and review these projects, set priorities for the projects, and make sure they're doable. What I've seen in the past so often is there were so many projects that were getting approved and that were viewed or stated to be critical, and yet years went by, they were never started, they were never finished. We've had one major project finished recently, the 69 kV loop line. That was something that, you know, had been stated that people were going to lose their lives if it didn't get completed, and yet it never was completed. Some of these other electrical projects, again, I think the prioritization of those helps to focus the attention of the city council on those projects that are necessary, including those substations. You know, I know some of them have been there for an awfully long time, and a couple of them will probably be eliminated from the system.
Correct.
Okay. So again, I think that helps us understand. I know when we were selecting the members of the UAC, we wanted to get a fairly broad perspective from the community. And I believe you all have been working very hard. I've seen several of the meetings, and I think there's a real effort there to provide the type of review that's necessary that certainly not many of us have the expertise to do. I would just ask then that with this list that you have here, again, has the focus been on these are the projects that are not only necessary but doable within the fiscal year, or at least, you know, a reasonable period of time beyond the fiscal year?
I'm not sure if we've so much discussed the timescales. We've more discussed, well, we're handed a sort of CIP, and we've sort of looked at it to see if it makes sense to us and what it actually is, because, you know, so that we can explain to you at least what it is. The doable aspect, we can look at that, and maybe on the 5-year, we're having our meeting next week, so we can say, if you want us to, we can emphasize that and say, how doable is this? Are the timescales realistic? But there's also an SAIC report. As you know, I'm an astronomer. I'm not a full-on expert on this, although I'm working a lot on renewables and so on. But there's an SAIC report in Dennis's office that's quite well written that I managed to understand on the state of the grid. So if you want to read more detail there, it's pretty readable and understandable. But we can emphasize timescales in our next report. Yeah.
All right.
And I appreciate the feedback. Yeah, we've been working pretty hard. That is true, but we're not averse to criticism. It puts us sometimes a bit in conflict with the staff, but I'd say as a scientist, you know, when you submit a paper, we have peer review. So we have other guys look at it who are independent, and it's not fun necessarily, but hopefully it improves the end product. And so I think that's a function we can serve, is to have an independent, I'm basically agreeing with you that we have these. And it was a lot of work. I remember the hours you put in at the ad hoc with the late Councilman Harhe, who I was very fond of. And so it's good that it came to fruition, and you seem reasonably satisfied, is my impression. But
yes, and again, I think it was a real loss for this community for so many years to not have a group of people who presented a perspective outside of the staff to the city council so that we can have a better understanding. You know, when you look at the very large scale utilities, NV Energy or Sierra, they go before the Public Utilities Commission and they have their projects reviewed at that level. We've never had that benefit here, and we're fortunate to have, you know, people like yourself and the others that are on that committee that bring different perspectives and expertise to it that has been, I believe, very beneficial to us. I would like to follow up a little bit on Councilmember Adams' question about the water line.
Are you still here? Good. I was going to let you answer. I'll try, but Dennis knows a lot more about water than I do. Even I have to admit that.
So we're talking about the line, or the portion of the line that was completed, you know, 18 months, 24 months?
2019, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
What's that line supposed to do? I mean, it doesn't connect to anything right now, is that correct?
So the original intent, as I understand it, was and I'm not going to get any of the solar companies right. That would be Brooks, because he has all that memorized. But there were agreements in place for one of the solar companies to either extend the line down to the solar farm, or another item in that contract was to provide the city with $2 million, and then the city could do that construction. So as I understand it, that $2 million was provided to the city, and that $2 million was used to construct the portion of the pipeline that's out there today. And then I believe there was some additional, and I'm not going to get the number right, less than $500,000 to complete what's out there today that came out of the utility fund. The rest was donated by the solar developer, or contributed by the solar developer as part of that agreement with the solar developer. So the original intent was that it would go all the way down to the solar farms, and you would have, because I think the thinking at the time, as I understand it, was there would be potentially additional capacity needed. I know back in 2019, when city reached back out to that solar developer, they said they would no longer need that to be extended down there. So from my perspective, now that the pipeline is in the line, the best thing to do with it is to use it, because one, the current pipeline that's being paralleled right now is getting older, so we might as well use the new one that's been constructed and put it into service. I mean, otherwise it's an asset that's sitting there not being utilized. So
well, it can't replace the existing line, right? Because it does
it can't replace it all the way down there, but it can certainly replace the portion that it parallels, which is 11,000 feet plus or minus.
Well, and the majority of the pipeline, the existing pipeline, is miles longer than this, so it would never reach the point.
Yeah, and I don't remember what the length it actually is, but it's more than 5, I believe.
Yeah. And I guess what I'm saying is that even if that pipeline that was completed recently is put into service, it doesn't reach where the water's being used.
That's correct.
So I guess my question is, why are we?
No, the option is there. The option is there is that you could leave the brand new pipeline and not put it into service. I wouldn't recommend that, because we've already made the investment. My recommendation was to build the PRVs, put that pipeline into service because it is new. It's obviously going to be in better condition than the one that's there now, and reserve that portion that it parallels in the event you have something happen to the newer portion. That's an option. You can leave that not used, but...
Well, again, I get, and this is no reflection on you, Mr. Porter. I know that this all predates your tenure with the city, but somebody could have asked the solar companies prior to that construction beginning, do you all even need this any longer? To which they were asked and said, no, we don't, but the project was already done by that point. So again, we seem to have something in the ground now saying, well, let's spend more money on it when it doesn't suffice for the purpose that it was originally intended.
Correct.
And matter of fact, it doesn't really come very close to what it was intended to replace, because the solar companies were supposed to build up to that point, and they said they're not interested in doing that.
Yeah, I mean, that's my understanding of how that kind of went down. So, and again, me coming in, my recommendation is we've got a brand new asset. That asset's in the ground. We should take advantage of it. Does it require an additional $500,000 investment? Yes.
And how would it connect to the remaining longer piece of the existing pipeline?
There are stub outs along the way on the existing pipeline, or you'd have to cut in a valve and make that short connection. The connection itself is relatively inexpensive compared to the cost of the PRVs, because they're fairly close to each other.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Adams?
This is just more of a technical thing. I don't understand how, the pressure valves are. When you're releasing the pressure, is it literally just pressure, or is it the water? Because I'm imagining it's the water that's actually building up the pressure. So
yeah, right. So you know, the obviously up at Black Mountain, you're at a certain elevation. Down at the freeway, you're significantly lower, so that pressure is probably close to 200 or 300 pounds per square inch down there. You don't want to operate a pipeline at those pressures. In fact, it wasn't designed for those pressures, so the PRVs are necessary to make sure that it meets the design criteria for that type of pipe and the pipe material that was chosen for that project. In this case, I believe it's a minimum of 2 PRVs that would be required because you're having to break so much head.
And without knowing, you know, the technicalities, when you're just literally releasing the pressure, or is it the water that's also being released with it, or what?
No, you basically break the head going through typically like a sleeve valve mechanism that just, oops, now I'm getting, you're getting me all excited talking about technical stuff, so sorry. You break the head through a device that lowers the pressure to, and there's, you know, it's depending on the type of PRV you design and the design criteria around it, but you basically burn that energy through that piece of equipment.
I just didn't want to think that not only were we, you know, having to do this for a water line that kind of goes out to nowhere, and then we would also be then dumping even more water out there to try and release pressure. So,
well, if there was enough demand on that water line, in theory, you could build a little baby power plant, but I would anticipate that the cost to build that would be more than the return on the investment for that little bit of water that would go through there.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, I'm going to belabor a point. On the same topic, there are, and I know this is probably irrelevant, I thought those fire hydrants that were along the line there were for pressure reduction.
No.
No.
So the fire hydrants were basically design criteria that comes out of, and I don't remember whether it's the fire code or a different code, that specifies certain distances between fire hydrants along a transportation corridor. So that's where those fire hydrants.
Now, are those connected to the active line, or are those?
Those are connected to the non-active one. So that's another good reason to make that connection. So if something does happen on the freeway there, our fire department can take advantage of it, which right now there's no fire hydrants on the current pipeline.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Again, Dr. Ree, I do appreciate all the work that the committee's done. Mr. Porter, I know you've been working with them closely as well. I think this is just an enormous step in the right direction for all of our utility projects. So thank you very much.
Okay, we appreciate it. Message received. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, we'll move then to item number 6, interlocal agreement. I'm sorry, I think I have the wrong thing here. Yes, my apologies. This is a bill for putting in place the, well, let me have the city attorney explain it.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Brittany Walker, Acting City Attorney. Before you on item number 6 is Bill number 1891 for your consideration. Bill number 1891 would amend Chapter 2 of Title 9 of the Boulder City Municipal Code to add a new section 9.2.5, approval of leases. This would restrict the nonprofit type that property may be leased to at a reduced rate pursuant to Section 141 of the Boulder City Charter and NRS Chapter 268.
Thank you. And again, this arose out of a request by the Chamber of Commerce to utilize a city-owned facility at no cost. And in my review of that NRS Section 268, it was fairly clear to me that governments can only do that type of thing for a 501c3. So if there are entities within other 501c classifications, they do not qualify for being able to get use of city assets or government assets for reduced cost under that provision of the state law. Is that an accurate reading of it?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this? Councilmember Bridges?
Yes, thank you. In theory, I understand and I agree with it, and I know that the 501c3 is a stipulation of the NRS, and I've also read the charter and our own ordinances. And I guess my concern is it necessary to be redundant? If the NRS already states that it has to be a 501c3 in order to qualify as a nonprofit that can pay less than appraised value rent, do we need to also have it in our ordinances? I think I asked Brittany.
I'll certainly offer my answer on that, because I had requested that this ordinance go forward. And again, if we look back at that particular situation, it was presented to this council that the Chamber of Commerce, which I believe is a 501c6 or possibly, 501c6, benefited from this NRS section. And that was the way it was presented to council. That is not correct. So by having this ordinance on the city books, I think it very well clarifies what we can do, because we also have language in our charter that is somewhat less specific than what the NRS is. So in order to comply with both our charter and with the NRS, I think having an ordinance like this clarifies that just because you're a 501c, you do not have an entitlement to utilize city facilities at no cost. Okay. Councilmember Hoskins?
Thank you. I think that the last time we also found that there were some other 501(3), not 3Cs, but 7s or whatever, and that was part of the issue, that we were trying to get that clarified. Is that correct?
Well, we don't anticipate, or at least this is not anticipated to be retroactive, but certainly going forward, that's my intent. And yes, I believe it's in our packet that there's a list of all the entities that utilize city land, property, buildings, facilities, and what their current status is. Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll move for approval then of bill number 1891.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll move to item number 7. This is a public hearing regarding a text amendment to a zoning classification. Mr. Mays?
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Michael Mays, your Acting City Manager and Community Development Director. The intent of this text amendment for your consideration this evening for the government zoning district, the emphasis behind it came about when staff was working with Lend a Hand to look at utilization of ABC Park, specifically Building 3 within ABC Park, for their new offices. Currently within the government zone, it is very restrictive on the types of uses that are permitted, and there are the subzones that are laid out in your staff report. What this attempts to do is not only accommodate Lend a Hand's utilization of ABC Park, but as staff was doing the research on the existing uses within our current government zones, we identified other uses, church, for example, emergency aid, that were also incompatible with the current language within the government zone. And so you'll see, starting on page 86, the proposed changes to Chapter 11-16 of our city code, which is the provisions for government zone. It clarifies, also provides for compatible quasi-public uses, which is defined within our city code. It also adds provision for accessory uses compatible with and incidental to the principal use. Many of our zoning districts already have this provision in place that allows for accessory uses. And so this would provide that similar type of use that is utilized in other zoning districts. And Mayor, as you noted, it is a public hearing for this matter in consideration of Bill 1892. And I can answer any questions.
All right. Any questions? And again, we can wait until after the public hearing portion for council members' positions on this, but are there any questions regarding this for Mr. Mays? All right, thank you. We will then open the public hearing for this bill number 1892, proposing a text amendment to the government zone. Anyone wishing to speak during this public hearing, the phone number is 702-589-9629. Madam City Clerk, were there any comments submitted with regard to this
No, Mayor.
item? Thank you. All right, hearing no comments then, we will close the public hearing. And again, bring this to council. Any comments or questions regarding this? Councilmember Folda?
Thank you. I guess you don't have a microphone over there. So my question is, if an applicant in the future were to apply to be in one of these zones, what is the process for staff to see that they would apply, or that it would be applicable for them to be in that zone?
So when any use is contemplated with any property within the city, whether it's triggered by a business license application or by a building permit, one of the department's responsibilities is to have the city planner evaluate the proposed use, look at the zoning district that they're proposing to locate in, and confirm that it is a permitted use within that zoning district.
If it was not, but appeared to be maybe like an accessory use, what would there be a triggered another process for that?
So if it's a accessory use to a permitted use, what staff does is it evaluates the use and compares it to the definition of use accessory that is within the code, and then any further provisions that are outlined within that specific zoning district. So for example, in other zoning districts, we rely on the definition of use accessory. However, here within the government zone, it's further defined and further clarified and more restrictive. And so we would look to that use to ensure compliance with that zoning district.
Okay, but that decision lies with staff unless it's appealed, is that correct? And then would that go to the city planning commission and then the city council possibly?
Correct. Similar to any other use, if somebody objects to staff's interpretation of whether it's permitted within that zoning district or not, they have the right to appeal.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess for council, my only concern is the accessory use, because it can be open to interpretation. I do like that there's a 10% or 1 acre clause in there, so it at least contains it to a small area if that's something that is used. But I would just be more comfortable if it was vetted a little bit more. That's my only concern, I think, with this whole. Otherwise, I don't have any other concerns.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Adams?
I guess I'll just, my comment would be that I think this is definitely a market improvement as far as being more specific to what is and isn't allowed. So I understand, there might be a little bit of ambiguity, but certainly moving forward in this direction definitely provides a lot less of it than what is currently there. And so, for me, I think if we move forward with this and then later determine that there still seems to be a problem with some of that ambiguity, then that may be something that we can go back and address and just kind of clean up. That would be, my thought is to, start to move in the right direction rather than make no steps anywhere because, one thing might not quite be perfect. So that would be my recommendation, is that we do move forward with this, with the findings that were provided.
Anyone else? I share the concern that Councilmember Folda expressed as well, and I know from reading the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting, there was discussion at the Planning Commission as well about, well, what exactly does this mean? It was brought up earlier when we were talking about the ordinance that further defines this by both Councilmember Hoskins and Councilmember Bridges. We have the example of flight lines out there, and is that a governmental use, or is that an ancillary use, or is it? So I think there's always going to be that question as to how city-owned property gets used, city-owned facilities get used, and where is that line? Is it a government purpose or is it something else? So I share your concerns. I know I've spoken with Mr. Mays about this, and that it's believed that there is enough definition within that to say that, if we were to take ABC Park, for instance, and somebody said, well, I want to put some sort of facility down there that's going to make widgets, well, that's probably not going to fit within that definition. Is that accurate?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions or comments then? All right, anyone wishing to make a motion then for approval of Bill 1892? Councilmember Bridges?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to accept Bill number 1892.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Hold on. I believe we do need to make the findings that both the proposed amendment is in general conformance with the master plan and that it's...
Councilmember Bridges, would you like to reform your motion?
Yes. Okay. I need the words. I'm sorry.
Or Councilmember Adams
Yes,
may wish to
yes.
make the motion.
Would you?
Would you like me to make the motion?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to make the motion then to approve of Bill number 1892 with the findings that the proposed amendment is in general conformance with the adopted comprehensive plan of the city, and also that it promotes the health, safety, morals, and the general welfare of the city.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Mays. That then brings us to item number 8, and Mr. Mays does not get to sit down.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's that time of the year again, members of the City Council, when you reevaluate the land management process list. This process is something that's been in place for over 20 years. It is an opportunity for the community to provide input on the city's consideration of the potential lease or sale of city-owned land. This process, which begins in September of each year, soliciting proposals for the use of city land, it starts with council consideration in the fall, and then the council decides which proposals to advance forward to the Planning Commission to get their input, and then it comes back to you in January by February 15th of each year for consideration of adding that proposal to the list. You have on the screen before you the current list of the existing parcels that are on the land management process list. And in your packet and also on the screen is the corresponding maps that show the location of those parcels that are currently on the list. For your consideration tonight are 2 resolutions. The first resolution is 7219. This resolution would consider the removal of existing parcels from the list. The council last fall said we'd like to revisit the existing list that I previously showed, and which is page 99 in your packet. And so following the public hearing, we'd be looking for council direction on whether to remove any of the parcels from the existing list. Then council would be considering resolution 7220. This is tied to the one application we received last fall. This is an application by Mr. Floyd, who is looking to add 1.5 acres of city-owned land to the land management process list. He is interested actually in the purchase of the property for high-end boat and RV storage with residential lofts above that. The one thing I want to emphasize with this process for the benefit of our citizens is that this is the initial step in that process. Even if the City Council agrees to add a property to the list, it doesn't mean that it is approved for development or that it is properly zoned. It is the first opportunity to review this and to allow the community to provide input. And certainly any entitlements, whether reevaluation of the master plan, potential rezoning, would have to be considered. And certainly in the case of any commercial parcel that's over an acre, the voters would have to decide on whether to sell that land to an interested party. So you have the information regarding Mr. Floyd's request, but first thing we'd be looking for is feedback from the council on removal of any of the existing parcels on the land management process list.
With regard to that, any comments, suggestions from council members?
And sorry, Mayor, I don't know if you wanted to initiate the public hearing first and then the conversation?
We probably should, just so we don't influence anything with the public hearing. I will then go ahead and open the public hearing. This is with regard to items on the land management process as it relates to Resolution 7219, I believe it is. Anyone wishing to speak during this public hearing, the phone number is 702-589-9629. Madam City Clerk, were there any written comments submitted regarding this? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mayor, there was one, but I read it at the beginning.
Thank you. All right, hearing no one then, we will close the public hearing and return to consideration of items on the land management process list. Any questions or comments regarding the existing list? Councilmember Adams?
Thank you. I remember, I believe last time we were here, we were talking, there was some discussion about, I think, listed on here, map number 7, 27, 55, 56, they're all kind of related to the airport. You know, some of them are from the year it was added, 2004, 2007, and then we have more recent ones. You know, I think it kind of starts to confuse the whole thing when we have, you know, the same area with potential different things for it on the same time, and it kind of, I think it confuses, you know, what the idea might even be when it's hard to even note if whether or not that area is all considered one big portion, or if it's just the lines are overlapping with each other to make it look that way. So I guess my question would be if we, because I'm not opposed to having a portion of that area for consideration for an RFI similar to what we were kind of looking at earlier. But if we wanted to, I guess, kind of condense them down, would it be to remove them and then place, you know, a more condensed version that makes it a little bit, not more general, but, you know, less all over the place with all the different proposed uses that have been there for, you know, 15 plus years?
So what it might be helpful for the council to do is for me to kind of walk through those. And the reason why we have multiple parcels, and some of them overlap, is that at different times throughout the city's history, an applicant came along and said they were interested in one portion of the old airport hangar and runway for a particular use. That went through the process and was added to the list. And then at another time, somebody was interested in a different use, and then that was added. And so you do have multiple map numbers that address the same property. And it's because anytime a different use is being considered, it has to go through the process, receive public input, and then be added to the list with council approval. So map number 7 refers to the airport, the old airport, the western 26 acres. And that, as you noted, was added in 2004 for a potential multi-use sports complex. Then in 2007, the actual airport hangar itself, not the runway or any of the other land, is approximately 1.7 acres, was considered and added to the list for commercial and industrial. So that's map number 27. Then in 2017, map number 55 looked at the entire runway area, which is a total of 47.8 acres. So not including the hangar, but the runway area, for low density, for just residential uses for the entire runway area. That same year, an additional proposal was considered and added to the list. That is map number 56, only looking at the eastern 25 acres of the runway area for an outdoor recreational use. So certainly if the council wanted to eliminate some of these map references and leave others in, you could do so, and then that would simplify. But you would be taking out those designated uses as well. And so if somebody wanted to come along and propose that use again, they would need to go through the process. But certainly that is the council's discretion.
I guess I would be certain that I think, with the two, especially the one from 2004, item number 7, and then the map number 27, one from 2007, I would probably be in favor of at least removing those. But of course, I'm open to listening to council on their thoughts on the matter.
Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I have a question about that. I guess my first thought, listening to Councilman Adams, is could we color code them to identify the fact that these are all adjacent properties? Or even overlap as properties. Has there been any interest, any activity since when those RFIs were presented to us some time ago?
Correct. So a couple of the applicants that had submitted for the RFI had reached out and asked if there was still interest by the city to consider the RFI requests. And there has been others that have made inquiries, I think in response to hearing about the RFI.
So having them on here, does that encourage or have no effect on entities' interest in moving forward on submitting RFIs? Is this, or if by taking them off, someone comes along a year from now and says, I'm interested in that property, I know you had it available, is it then just a matter of putting it back on the process list?
They would need to go through the regular process to bring it before the council. Council would ask for planning commission recommendation, then it would come back to the council for determination of whether to add it to the list or not, if it's removed.
Okay, what's the upside of removing items, especially these items that there really hasn't been any activity on it?
Well, it cleans up the list. If there's just been no interest and no activity, it removes it because clearly the initial applicant is no longer pursuing that.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Folda?
Thank you. In regards to the area around the old airport hangar, I believe most of those RFIs would cover quite a bit of area, if not all of it. So wouldn't they need to resubmit anyways? Because I don't see any one of those individual parcels that would be in line with what was being proposed.
Well, my recollection with the RFI proposals, in particular, there were components proposing residential components. There was components proposing like a multi-use sports complex and outdoor recreation. So those would apply. But certainly, with council direction on further consideration of potential uses for these properties, there would need to be further refinement to the land management process list, depending on the direction of the council.
Okay. Right, because do you recall the amount of land that was in the RFI that we put out there? Because I think it was higher than the numbers of acres listed on that LMP right now.
It was approximately 50 acres, 47 to 50 acres. It was contemplating basically parcel or map numbers 7 and 56 and 27.
Okay. Okay. So my thought on that is that it wouldn't hurt to keep them on there to keep the conversation started, but definitely it would need to be cleaned up because what was being proposed, I see as a whole and separate than what's been proposed previously, and the previous ones have had no further action on them. Another one that I haven't heard brought up yet is the old animal shelter. I don't think there's been any action or interest in that property for some time now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I would propose removing the old animal shelter property. And as far as the Black Hills South, there has now been a lease negotiated with that, so that would kind of complete that one for this process. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that would be appropriate to remove now that we have the lease with IBV Energy Partners.
Okay.
Any other comments? With regard to the old animal shelter, has that ever been put out for interest by anyone?
Mayor, I don't recall if that was specifically put out. I know that there's been discussions before the council in the past about having that put out for interest. And I think that was the impetus in part for adding it to the land management process list previously.
Yes, I know it's been discussed, and, similar to Track 350, that was approved for sale a decade or more ago by the voters, and no action was taken. It was put out, no bidders on it, and then it was just recently put out again for interest from developers. So I guess the question is, on something like that, with Track 350, the area around the Boulder Creek Golf Course, that land has already been approved by voters for sale. With the old animal shelter, I don't believe it's been, officially put up for sale, and I don't believe the voters have ever been asked as to whether that parcel should be sold or not.
Unfortunately, I don't recall if that had been voter approved or if it was just they were looking at potential interested parties.
So again, I would ask Councilmember Folda, do we want to take it off, or do we want to leave it on there and give direction that it should be offered for sale? Again, I'm not an advocate of putting land up for sale that the voters have not approved.
Yeah, I think that's my hesitation. Also, when you look at that area as a whole, I know that the library, the Boys and Girls Club down there, that the library had continued interest in it, but yet hasn't purchased it. And so I think that's still kind of an area that is, I would say, undecided of its use. And so to say, go ahead and put residential there, I'm not sure if that's we would love to look at the whole use of the area as a whole, because you're between I think like a senior center and a library, and just seeing if that's a contingent use for that area in the first place. And it doesn't sound like any developers are knocking down the doors for that either.
No.
So it might not even get any interest depending on.
Yes, and as I say, I'm not, putting things on here and saying that they're available when we've never asked the voters. I mean, the voters may come back and say, no, they don't wish to see that land sold, so. With regard to the airport, the old airport property, I'm tempted to, as Councilmember Adams had indicated, we've got two that have been on there for an extended period of time. There's been no movement on that. The RFIs, and again, there were 3 FRIs that were submitted. One was withdrawn before consideration. The other 2 were very different in their scope as far as whether they complied with the initial request for that. I'm wondering, because things can be placed back on this list. Although we generally start this process, I believe, in October. Is that right? We start asking for submissions in October?
The notice goes out in September asking for submissions, and we bring it to you in October.
Okay, but that's just part of the process, but it's not a requirement. Things can be added to this at any time, is that correct?
Yes, anybody can initiate that process halfway through the year.
Okay. As far as the old airport property, it may be worthwhile just to remove all of those and, wait until we get something more solid. Because again, things have been on here since 2004. That probably isn't going to happen. And the opportunity is always there to place the item back on to the land use list here, should a request or a proposal come in that we wish to consider. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Councilmember Hoskins?
I think we discussed this old airport hangar and that it's being used by the city for storage.
Yes, it is currently being used for storage.
So maybe it's more of a benefit for us to keep it if we don't have any place to store what we need to store. It'd be undercover, so maybe we should remove it. I mean, what do you have to do what do we have to do if we want to use it for a city facility? Is there any certain thing that we have to do?
No, because it's a city facility, we can utilize it.
Okay, so we could remove it. I mean, it's being totally used, correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Folda?
Thank you. I mean, I I wouldn't be adverse to removing the old airport properties, but with the intent to make one area that could be put back on. We can't do that tonight because of the way that the resolutions are, but with the intent to place it back on there and continue the interest. I would rather have that airport hangar used. I know we're using it for storage, but actually used for a benefit to the community. One other property item I didn't bring up was number 33, which is the land between the golf course and the airport. That was put on in 2008 as a sub area to the airport, and I haven't seen any action in that, and it doesn't seem like we have anything in the near future, at least in the next 5 years. I didn't see anything in the capital improvement for that area, for the airport. Was there anything that might be used for it in the next few years?
There hasn't been any recent interest in that property.
So I would suggest removing item number 33, the airport sub area.
And I believe that area is at times used, well, we certainly didn't use it last year, but for parking for special events. And I think they put some of the millings when they were doing some of the road construction on that, in that area anyway. So I mean, I agree with you that it kind of has more of a city use right now than anything else, so.
Yep.
Councilmember Hoskins?
I just ask a question on that one, since we have the Track 350, and if that does, because I guess we have had some interest in that, if that does, say for instance, go out, would this piece of property be more valuable, having it maybe going out with an RFI on that one also?
Which property?
The one that's the Veterans Parkway, the
Number 33.
33.
Map 33.
What we were just talking about.
Have it go out for an RFI for?
Since we have an RFI out for the 350, say for instance that proceeds and we get some interest, would that make that property much more valuable, as maybe someone else might be interested in purchasing that for further?
Well, with that property, number 33, the designated use when it was added to the land management process list is an airport sub-area, so not residential. You can add something to this list without having had voter approval prior to put it on the list, because several of these are that potential example. You can also lease property as well without voter approval. But this property in particular has not been approved by the voters for sale.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, what would be the process of pulling it apart and building it back together, as Councilman Folder was saying, in terms of the old airport hangar properties, putting it together as one piece? What would be that? It would require being removed and then added back on as a map number 52 or whatever.
Yeah, so if the council had a particular use in mind, they could direct staff to begin the process to come to the council for that proposed use for the total acreage, then send it to the planning commission to get their feedback, and then come back to the council and vote with a resolution to add it to the list under that designated use.
Okay, I just want to review then of what has been said. So what at least has been suggested so far is the removal of 0403, 0701, 0705, 0802, 1710, and 1711.
And
Councilmember
I'm
Bridges?
sorry, I think 1501 also, the one that's already in use?
Correct.
Yes.
I'm sorry, 1501 because the
1501,
lease
yes.
is out? Yes. Does anyone object to the removal of any of those? Do you have a comment, Councilmember Folda?
Nope, I agreed. I just took a little longer because I wrote down the map number and not the entry number.
Anyone else? Mr. May, shall I put the burden on you to form the motion for us?
Well, certainly, Mayor, you can make a motion with Resolution 7219 to remove the following, and you can either use map number references or the entry number references to the following that have been identified.
All right, I will continue that then for removal of LMP numbers 0403, 0701, 0705, 0802, 1501, 1710, and 1711.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, and then we still need consideration then of Resolution 72. I've lost track here.
20.
Yes, 7220, thank you. Discussion on that resolution. Councilmember Adams?
Thank you. With regards to Mr. Floyd's request, I think it's one that is, required should we move forward. It's one that's, will require rigorous input from the community, not only to have to go to a vote whether we want to sell more than 1 acre, but also then if it would have to get, if you would also like to seek zoning change, which it sounds like he does, that would also then require a process in which requires a lot of public input. And so because of that process that would be in place that really does give the impetus to the public to really weigh in on that decision, I do feel comfortable with moving forward to include it on this LMP. That's my personal, at least that's my comment for right now.
Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, I'm going to agree that I because of all of the processes along the way and the approvals along the way and the inspection of everything that's done, I think there's a lot of opportunities to ask questions. Reading it over and realizing that part of his plan was to resell the lots once he purchased he already owns the big piece, correct?
He owns the piece to the east of the proposed 1.5 acres.
Right, and he is asking to purchase the highlighted section, 1.49 acres, and yet the entire part, it sounds like his intention is to then sell off the individual units so that they will each have a caretaker unit.
Sell or lease, yes.
But if he leases them, they can't have their own caretaker unit, correct?
As a separate parcel, as a separate building, they could. So if you create condos and each is a separate property and a separate building, then each could have a caretaker unit.
Each could have a caretaker. So they don't have to be individually owned. It sounded like one owner could only have one caretaker unit.
In the city code, it's defined as individual buildings.
Oh, individual buildings. Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay. Like I said, I think there's enough oversight from starting at this process and moving forward that a lot of questions can get answered and approval processes.
Other questions or comments? Councilmember Folda?
Thank you. I just want to reiterate how this came about in the beginning. The applicant originally had planned for RV and boat storage. Is that correct?
And that's still the proposal.
But since it came to us originally, and since we submitted on there, the change, I guess, the major change would be the caretakers and dividing it into individual lots and then possibly reselling it. When I voted for this to go on the LMP in the first place, I thought it would be a good benefit for the city to have RV and boat storage. You know, we do have a lot of RVs and boats in residential neighborhoods, and that would help with that. I'm not personally in favor of having up to 14 caretaker houses on this property. I know that is part of the zoning in the area. I just think it's kind of very high density for caretakers in one area. And I just have I feel personally that in the industrial area, we're kind of losing the intent of the industrial area, and we have a lot more residents living up there than intended on a full-time basis. So that's kind of my thought, but this will go through lots more steps. When my question is, though, when this goes to a vote, I believe it's not the project that is being voted on, but just the property, and is the zoning associated with that? So they would just say 1.49 acres for commercial use, or would it be more specific than that?
It would be referenced as commercial use. Because this, and this is where, and it's a good point, Councilmember Folda, to raise for the benefit of the public. When people look at this list and they see the proposed use, they assume that's the zoning designation. That is not. That's why we list also the master plan designation as well as the zoning. Those are separate. The intent of showing a type of use here is to give the public a general idea of potentially how the property would be utilized. But obviously, there are more entitlement steps that are required to evaluate the master plan and the zoning and the potential amendments to both.
Right. And it seems like the applicant has amended slightly his project plans since we first saw them as well. So that could also change in this process as well.
Certainly.
Depending on the outcome of the multiple steps, I guess, as well. So for me, I would have liked it to stay as one unit and have, for business use, for storage of RV. And I'm not sure how this would work with all the individual buildings with caretakers, but I think, at this point, I just say let it continue through the process and let the voters decide.
Anyone else? I would say that I don't like when projects like this come stated one way, and so we get it started into the process, and then somehow it comes back looking very different than we first heard about it. I think I recall, and I could be wrong about this, but there were photographs of like stacked boat storage and things like that. And now what they're doing is building houses. And I think it is disingenuous of the applicant to call these caretaker residences or caretaker lofts. Clearly, that's not the point here. If you needed a caretaker to look after a property, you have one or two of those. You don't have a caretaker for each one of these. So that troubles me when an application like this comes forward, phrased the way it's phrased initially, and then somehow comes back saying, oh, well, actually, we're going to put a garage on the ground floor and a house on the top floor is really what this appears to be. So that troubles me a great deal when I see people making their applications. You know, I'm not opposed to some type of development like that, but certainly that's not the intent here. The intent is not to build boat and RV storage, it's to build houses with large garages underneath. So I just don't like having things like that put forward. And when we do put things on the land management plan, we are supposed to be considering, is that how that fits into the master plan? And if these projects are being mischaracterized when they're initially brought forward, or at least changed substantially as it moves through the process, I'm just not comfortable with that. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Hoskins?
Yes, thank you. I'm concerned with that also, because I was very much for it when we were talking about the RVs and the boats, but it's concerning when things change. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Bridges?
Now, going back to his original property, he can still do what it is he's proposing in terms of building these storage garages with units, rental units, or I don't even know if there needs to be an association between the person living in the unit upstairs and the thing that's being stored in the box underneath.
You're correct. Those are permitted under the CM zoning district.
To have an apartment upstairs with person A, but the boat belongs to person B, correct? And that's something that he could do with the property he's already got.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure of that. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? As I say, I would certainly be willing to consider something like this. I would just prefer that when it gets submitted for what the intent is. If not, resubmit another application and have that go through the process as is. Anyone wishing to make a motion on this resolution?
Mayor, I'll move to approve resolution number 7220.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? I'm a nay.
Nay.
So we have 3-2. Thank you, Mr. Mays. All right, that will bring us to item number 9. Somehow I seem to have messed up my numbers here. Mr. Sikora?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me well?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So prior to my getting a job here at Boulder City, I was the purchasing and contracts manager for the city of North Las Vegas. And I got asked to do an RFP and the associated contracts for the Aliante golf course. So when the staff here found out I had experience in that, we played a game of tag you're it, and here I am briefing you because of my experience. So before I start, I would like to just introduce one person in the crowd for those of you who may not know him. Andy, can you stand up for a second? If you just get on the camera real quick, just want to make sure. Andy is our manager of the 2 golf courses here. And among some of the things we'll be talking about tonight is a potential contract with him. So, Andy, I'll call on you when we need you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Okay, how do we get the slides on?
It's the arrow that's rubbed off.
Got it. Thank you. This agenda item will consist of a 15-minute PowerPoint presentation. The first objective is to present a short chronology of some of the recent cost improvement measures the city has taken at the Boulder City and Boulder Creek golf courses. The second objective is to discuss the current management and maintenance contracts, and more specifically about an opportunity the city has to streamline operations, increase transparency, and enhance fiscal stewardship. In a nutshell, the current maintenance contract with Turf Tech will expire June 30th. This leaves the city with two options. First, to conduct an RFP to find a new maintenance company, or second, to amend the existing management contract to add the maintenance duties. I will discuss the pros and cons of each option and solicit council guidance on the way ahead. Just a quick note before we begin, though. There are some comments in the agenda packet about closing the golf course. We believe these were derived from some public comments at a recent CIP workshop. This briefing is not about closing the golf course. The City of Boulder City owns both the Boulder City and Boulder Creek golf courses, which total 45 holes and are valued at $44 million. Since 2004, the city has been taking steps to make each course self-sustaining with the revenues generated. Here are several of those efforts. In 2004, the city terminated the golf course operation and management agreement with Triad Golf Management Group, who originally operated under a master agreement for the first several years. That agreement required the city to pay the operator $3 million, regardless of the number of rounds played or other revenues generated. In 2004, the city entered into 3 contracts to operate the Boulder Creek golf course: a management agreement with Shaper Golf, a maintenance agreement with Turf Tech, and a restaurant operating agreement. These agreements removed the requirements of the city to pay penalties to the contractors if certain milestones were not reached, and increased the share in profits for the restaurant and merchandise sales to the city. The city, however, was still responsible for the purchase of all merchandise and inventory. Let me back up, sorry. In 2009, the city amended the Turf Tech course maintenance contract to include the municipal golf course. The amendment increased the compensation to Turf Tech by $800,000 annually, but reduced the city's labor and materials expenses by approximately $1 million by eliminating 6 full-time and 5 part-time employees used by the city for maintenance. In 2018, the contracts to operate the municipal golf course expired, and the city entered into a new master golf management agreement with Shaper Golf. The agreement covered both golf courses, all restaurant operations, and all merchandise sales. Under the new agreement, the city receives all revenues generated from the greens fees and cart rentals, and 8% of all restaurant and merchandise sales. The contractor is required to provide monthly reports on all operations at both golf courses, which have improved transparency in operations. The city transferred the liability and cost of purchasing replacement merchandise to the contractor, saving the city the carrying cost of the merchandise each year while still receiving the same percentage of profit from the sales. In 2020, the city imposed a golf surcharge fee of $3 for all rounds played at the Boulder Creek golf course. Previously, this fee was only charged at the municipal golf course. This is a restricted revenue source with the proceeds limited to only being spent on making improvements or replacement of equipment at the 2 courses. And in 2021, the fee structure for the municipal golf course had a major overhaul, which resulted in an increased fee of $5 for locals at both courses and $20 for resort guests at the Boulder Creek per round. The city is planning to reduce water costs at the municipal golf course. These efforts include turf reduction, which is the removal of irrigated turf areas where no play occurs. The city is eligible and could receive a turf removal rebate from the Southern Nevada Water Authority of up to $500,000 per year. A turf reduction program would also cause a reconfiguration of the affected irrigation system, which would reduce water consumption. And the city is also considering the replacement of the entire 50-year-old irrigation system with a modern system that can better control the deployment of water and includes a conversion to raw water from potable water. This project would be completed in phases, and the current estimated cost is $5 million. We will continue the evaluation of fee structures for both courses to ensure funds are available to replace infrastructure, i.e. golf cart fees, golf surcharge fees, continual evaluation of green fees, etc. We are also considering this action before us right now for the replacement of the maintenance contract with a labor-only maintenance contract, bringing the purchase of supplies into the city budget. To do that, I will discuss two options shortly. But first, I would like to talk briefly about the existing maintenance contract. The city currently has golf course maintenance contract with Turf Tech. The contract covers the two golf courses and costs roughly $1.5 million annually. The current contract expires on June 30th, 2021. The current contract is all inclusive of costs related to the maintenance, such as all labor costs, insurance related to the employment of the laborers, and all supplies necessary for the maintenance of the courses. Things like grass seed, fertilizer, weed killer, etc. There are a total of 14 full-time and 5 part-time employees working at both courses. They are non-contract and are paid salary or hourly. Under the provisions of the current contract, there's a blind spot in terms of how Turf Tech spends their money. We, the city, cut them a check every month, and they provide the services for us. The city has no ability to monitor how or where they spend that money. Tonight, we will consider the two options in front of us: an RFP for the golf course maintenance only, or creating an amendment to the existing golf course management agreement to add the maintenance services. Before we do that, I'd just like briefly to talk about RFPs. An RFP, a request for proposal, is a competitive solicitation that is used when there is no fixed price for an item and is commonly used for obtaining services. It differs from a formal bid in that it is not price-driven. It is service level and performance-driven, as we choose the most responsive and responsible vendor. In this case, the benefits of conducting a maintenance-only RFP include the potential for the city to save some money through a competitive solicitation process. However, the actual amount is unknown until the proposals are submitted and contracts are negotiated. There is also the potential for the city to get ideas from other experts on how best to manage maintenance operations during the RFP process. As with any solicitation, there are risks associated with it as well. In this case, there are several. First, it's possible that the final negotiated costs may be higher in value than the current contracts that we have right now. Next, there are 4 large experienced golf course management companies in the valley: Troon, OB Sports, Par 4, and Elite Golf. Typically, these companies want full control of an operation and may not respond to a maintenance-only bid, which will leave smaller, newer, and/or inexperienced landscape companies trying to target this opportunity. Additionally, the city will still have a blind spot in what is spent on maintenance unless we make it a condition of the contract, which could scare away some proposals. Lastly, the timetable for an RFP is 4 to 5 months to advertise, evaluate, award, contract, and to have council approval. If the City Council chooses the RFP option, they may simply make a motion at the conclusion of the discussion to direct staff to proceed with the maintenance-only RFP. The second option we have is to amend the existing agreement with Shaper Golf to add maintenance services. There are several potential benefits for doing this. First, the golf manager will attempt to hire the former employees of Turf Tech and retain the 19 years of experience of those employees in the proper operation and maintenance of our courses. Additionally, the city would save money by bringing the purchase of supplies in-house, things like the grass seed, the fertilizer, etc., and controlling their use. Of note, by doing this, we'll save money by using cooperative purchasing agreements and by not paying sales tax because of our tax-exempt status. Also, the city would be able to save approximately $95,000 a year in management fees by Shaper Golf taking over management of the maintenance of the courses, and I'll discuss that a little further in a minute. Lastly, we'll have a unified single contract for the operation and maintenance of all golf course operations, which would align us with what the other municipalities who own golf courses in the valley do as well. As with any amendment or contract, there are some risks associated with it as well. In this case, although the golf manager believes he will be able to solicit and offer the current Turf Tech employees employment, he may not be able to get a full complement of them to perform these duties and may have to hire outside but otherwise experienced personnel who would require training with the course layout and idiosyncrasies. Also, the current golf course manager has never managed maintenance responsibilities under any of his previous contracts. However, over the last 18 years, he has worked in conjunction with Turf Tech to direct maintenance activities at our golf courses. Although he is a 19-year PGA professional and trained in this function, there may be some growing pains as he implements the maintenance into his operations. If the council chooses the contract amendment option, they may make a motion to approve Resolution 7221 to approve the prepared contract amendment. Let's take a deeper dive into some of the proposed terms of the potential contract amendment. The proposed amendment would be for labor only and increase the golf management contract by $900,000. Of note, this cost covers labor, workers' comp, and insurance for the Shaper Golf new employees. There is no profit built into this number for Shaper Golf. Now, it's my professional opinion, having gone through these before and seen bids from golf courses and RFPs, that other management companies would be substantially higher than this, as I've received similar maintenance breakdowns for just an 18-hole golf course operation versus a 45-hole operation like we have here. Additionally, the city would retain the responsibility for the purchase of consumable supplies, such as grass seed, fertilizer, etc. We're able to purchase these supplies at government discount rates using cooperative purchasing and saving between 10 and 40% more than a standard supplier. And of course, we're sales tax exempt. Based on data from Aliante and Wild Horse municipal golf courses who are owned by North Las Vegas and Henderson respectively, we would need $300,000 for those supplies for Boulder Creek, and $280,000 would be needed for the Boulder City Golf Course for a total of $580,000. During the first year of the new agreement, the city landscape supervisors will monitor the deployment rate to ensure that the amount applied meets industry and city standards. It is possible that the amount estimated to be necessary for the first year of the agreement is in excess of the actual amounts needed, and the city could experience additional savings. This chart depicts the initial financial picture of what entering into this agreement would look like, and is a summary of all of the data that I just discussed. Of note, there was a typo on the chart provided in your agenda packet. New copies were placed on the dais prior to this meeting. This slide is updated. I'll keep it up for just a moment. So in conclusion, the Finance Department recommends that the City Council discuss the options available for continued golf course maintenance. Those two options, of course, are first, move to issue a maintenance-only RFP to solicit proposals from qualified firms to provide golf course maintenance, or move to amend agreement number 18-1805 through Resolution 7221. This concludes my briefing. I have a whole staff behind me to help answer questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sikora. Councilmember Hoskins?
Yes, I have several questions, as
yes,
some of these questions I asked you yesterday in our briefing. I have questions and comments.
Okay.
So first of all, I would like to thank Andy. He is doing an excellent job, and it is apparent from those of us who have used his service as manager of the golf course that he's a very great person. My remarks and questions are not about how great he is or how great he is doing. They are about the issue before us tonight, and that issue is not about closing the golf course. So I'll go through these if you'd like to answer them as I go through them.
Yes, ma'am.
Some of them are just statements. How can we accept a non-competitive bid of approximately $700,000 plus for labor to maintain two golf courses for a total of $2,162,841? I thought if the proposal was over $50,000, it had to be competitive.
NRS 332, which is purchasing, says anything over $100,000 must be competitively bid, unless you use an NRS exemption. In this case, we believe that NRS 332.115.1A, professional services, applies, and I'll talk about it just for a second. Under that, professional services is defined as a certification that somebody has with the state or with a national governing body that is unique in nature. So it's my opinion, in our opinion, that the certification that Mr. Schaefer holds with the PGA of America as a golf professional meets the intent of the NRS exemption. And therefore, we can do this action without competitively bidding.
Okay, I don't believe that is an acceptable answer.
Okay.
The next one, the first year's savings will be approximately $88,000 if we decide to use Andy to do both. But we don't know what the savings would be if we don't go out for an RFP, if there would be any. Since only labor is provided, a 10-year contract seems too long. Most contracts I have seen for labor only and no equipment are usually 3 to 5 years. If you want to comment, you can. Just let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Turf reduction. What is the amount of square footage to be removed?
Here it comes. Calling in the cavalry.
He knew I was going to ask this when he has the answer for me, I know.
Keegan Luttrell, Public Works Director, for the record. Based on a 2003 study that Parks and Rec Department had done, it was 20.2 acres. And that's at the municipal golf course. There's other areas that we would definitely want to look at removing.
Thank you. and SNWA will reimburse us for the removal. And like I said yesterday, I've participated in programs with SNWA in removing turf at our association, and the rebate is usually meets or exceeds the cost of the removal, so this is a very positive move.
Yeah. Yeah, the way I calculated it, we'd have to break it up into at least 3 years because SNWA has a max of $500,000 rebate per year. I believe it's $3 per square foot up to 10,000 square feet, and then $1.50 up to whenever you reach 500,000. So if we split it up over years, at least 3 years, then we could retain that full amount. I haven't reached out to them personally, but if we do go that route, it's definitely a conversation we need to have with them.
Thank you. There's a statement within the text that the golf manager will hire the former employees of Turf Tech. A later statement suggests that they may not want to continue working in Boulder City, and the golf manager would have to seek other personnel that would be qualified. How many employees does Turf Tech use for the 2 golf courses now?
Hold on one second, I briefed this in my slides. They have 14 full-time and 5 part-time employees working at both golf courses.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
The golf manager is excellent at managing the golf course. That is apparent from the 50-plus emails we received. Some of the emails range from suggesting that we want to close the golf course, and someone were concerned that we were going to take Mr. Shaper's contract away from him. I don't know where they got this misinformation, and I think you addressed that earlier because it started with the CIP.
Yes, ma'am, in my opening comments.
Thank you. I spoke with a couple of prominent landscape companies, and they stated that they would not take on the maintenance of a golf course. Golf courses are unique, and you must know how to maintain the greens and the tee boxes, and that it should not be taken lightly. Has Shaper Golf had experience in ground maintenance?
Andy, please.
Hi, my name is Andy Shaper. I'm the Director of Golf at both facilities. To go back and answer a few of your other questions, to the 10-year contract. So if we go back years, through the years, I started with a year contract in 2004 and went through 2 or 3 of those, I can't remember. I then was lucky enough to get a 3-year contract, and then worked my way up to a 5-year contract. And that was all by just managing Boulder Creek golf, just the golf aspect of things. So 2 years ago when we made the change and Tony retired and the restaurant operator decided they were done, I asked for a 10-year contract, mainly due to the fact that there was money coming out of my pocket in order to buy goods and services. And I felt that I needed that time to have confidence that I was going to be here and be there. So that's the 10 years to answer that question and why that's there. And yes, you're absolutely right. Currently, I have not managed a maintenance contract, but just as I currently do now, I will hire the best professionals that I can possibly find. As I'm versed as a golf professional, I don't know how to cook. I don't know how to do all the good things that we do in our restaurant. And I hired a professional there that does a great job, and he manages those. So I think the goal is unity in trying to create an atmosphere where we're all working towards the greater good of both facilities, and as far as doing what we can do best for the city of Boulder City. To kind of give you my plan A is absolutely, Turf Tech has done a phenomenal job through the years. I've had a good relationship. Actually, the first individual hired for the golf course was Byron Hines. I think he got here he got here before there was grass anywhere. He's a local resident, lives in Boulder City, and they've gone through this cancellation of their contract, and they're hurting and they're frustrated, and you know, my goal is to hopefully give it back to them and have the most seamless transition that we can, because, you know, as it's been said in the slide, there's $45 million that we have in these golf courses, and they mean a lot. And I want to make sure that we're taking care of them. And that's my plan A. Plan B, if that doesn't happen, we are lucky enough to have somebody in the City Works that could help me. His name's Dave Stanton. He used to be the superintendent at Boulder City. And I'm going to look at him to guide me through that process of going out and first looking locally. I mean, we have 40 some odd golf courses in town, and seeing what we need to do about hiring a superintendent at each golf course, and then assistants. Then we have mechanics and irrigation specialists and all of that. So that's kind of plan A and plan B.
Okay, thank you. While you're standing up there, though, I'll ask you a few more questions since this deals with your company. Are you licensed, bonded, and insured for landscape maintenance and workman's compensation for the number of employees that it would need to be increased?
I currently am not, and that's one of the things that I'm working on with my insurance agent, is that Jeff Bauman is my insurance agent in town. I have all of those things for the rest of my company, and then there's going to be an additional cost that comes in with this. So that was all part of working into the budget of that $900,000.
All righty, and since you have disclosed the amount that you'll be charging for the ground maintenance, other prospective bidders, if we go with the RFP, now may have advantage of knowing how much you've bid. I'm a little concerned that that happened, if it happens to go with an RFP, because they have an advantage.
Can I speak to that for just a second? Like I said before, an RFP isn't strictly price-based. Price is just one small factor. When we draft the RFP, we'll make management qualifications, probably around 70%, compliance with the RFP docs, another 20%. The finance piece will probably only be 5 or 10% and won't be of major influence at all. So.
I understand that, but I want to bring this out just, okay. Sure. So if you fail to maintain the grounds and you have one contract, it appears that you'll lose the whole entire contract, both contracts. So I'm not sure that this is a feasible decision for you to make. I'm not telling you what to do.
No, absolutely.
But I'm just bringing this out because if you had two separate contracts, you do fabulous at what you're doing. But say, for instance, you get a bad crew in there. I know how hard it is with landscaping. I was president of the association for 16 years, and that was the biggest headache I had, you know, worrying about whether this tree was going to die or that tree was going to die.
Absolutely.
So I'm wondering if you really shouldn't have had two different contracts, but I understand maybe you couldn't because by adding this one to it, it would have to be non-competitive according to what they're saying. If you had two, you'd have to go competitive.
Yeah, I would let Paul answer to the reason that we've gone to one, but absolutely understand what you're saying. Failure isn't really an option. And then back to the dollars that I'm asking for currently, and this kind of goes as we move forward with the change. You know, for so many years we had all these different companies, and I just had a small piece of the pie over at Boulder Creek, and I stayed in my lane and I did my thing. Well, now that this has changed, and as we talk about transparency and things that are going on, I can't tell you how much I value the partnership that we have together. I work daily with city staff, Julie and I, Roger. If we get it wrong the first year, as far as the finance aspect of it, I'll give money back if I have to. If I'm taking too much, I'm an open book. At any point in time, I am willing to make this work for you guys and for me. And I'm willing to do what we need to do. If we were to go back to two contracts, I think you need to go right back to Turf Tech and get them back in because they've done a phenomenal job. I'm a team player. I'm here to help where I can.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah.
So I'll go on with questions.
Thank you, Andy.
And then I asked you yesterday, and I guess you probably found the answer to this one, if we would go with an RFP, would Turf Tech go on a month-by-month basis until we receive the RFPs back in? Because I know you talked about how short a period of time. I really think we could do it in the time period, but if we can't, will they do a month-to-month?
We sent an email to the president of the company. He said he was out of town and he would get back to us Wednesday with a response.
I find that they usually will do that, but we want to make for sure. And then would an RFP have the same time frame of 10 years since it's actually labor only?
If we were to do a maintenance-only RFP, we could create whatever terms we wanted in the subsequent agreement that goes along with it. So it could be a 5-year agreement with 1-year extensions, or whatever we negotiate, whatever we dictate, really.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that with an RFP, we might get some bids that would be undesirable from smaller companies. When you write the RFP, you can write it for experienced maintenance of a golf course, having so much time.
Mm-hmm.
Now that might eliminate Andy, but if it's written properly, he could be included. It's not that I don't want him to have it, I just don't think that we're going about this in the right way. They could still bid. We never know unless we try to find out what we have out there. And without doing an RFP, I don't think we really know the answer. The contract would be for labor only, and the city would retain control over the purchasing and the use of the maintenance supplies. Does the city have adequate insurance to cover non-city employees injured while using city-owned equipment?
Well, it just so happens I also handle the insurance for the city, and the claims manager as well. And I believe that our insurance that we have does cover people who are authorized to use our equipment up to $10 million. But I want to get back to you with a firm answer on that one. I want to double check the policy and make sure.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned with that because this is what we're doing now, correct? They are using our equipment and they're non-city employees. So I definitely want to know the answer to that question because if we're not covered completely, we need to get covered if we're going to allow them to use our equipment.
We'll verify that with you for sure. I'm pretty confident we're okay, but we will double check.
Thank you. So my conclusion is, although Shaper Golf has done an excellent job managing the golf course, I think it would be in the city's best interest to go out for an RFP. Due to the large dollar amount, the council has a fiduciary duty to be financially responsible and transparent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
This is Brittany Walker. I just wanted to add that with regard to Councilwoman Hoskins' question, the management contract at the golf courses does require the operator to carry insurance, liability insurance as well. That would cover certain injuries occurring on the property. Yeah.
But does it cover, but that doesn't cover if they're using city equipment, correct?
I'd have to look into that. The city does have insurance policy. I believe Paul's correct. It is $10 million. And in addition, there's also, the city has a sovereign immunity cap, damages cap. So I believe it's $150,000 per occurrence on damages. So there's that to consider as well.
And thank you so much.
Questions or comments? Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, first of all, I want to give you kudos, Councilwoman Hoskins, for the research that you did and the questions you asked. I learned a lot. However, I also wanted to thank Mr. Shaper for the conversation that we had. We sat at length and talked about his current responsibilities and his idea for taking over the maintenance contract for the golf courses. And I'm for it. I support the idea of, first of all, I've read the support that people who spend a lot of time on the golf course have a tremendous amount of respect for him, and he is a professional, and he takes really good care of a lot of spinning pieces. You know, to me, I have his 2021 budget, and there are a lot of moving pieces in the operations of a golf course, and from what I can see, he's done an excellent job. And to me, he's not the one who has to go out and mow the lawn or make sure the water's clear. That his responsibility would be the maintenance of a contract with employees to do that, just like he doesn't serve at the tables and he doesn't, sell the shirts.
Yes, ma'am.
This is his responsibility. And I look at the savings, and I look at also it's very likely that the people from Turf Tech are going to come work here, and they have that history, and they've had this commitment to working for the golf courses. My other concern is you mentioned that there were 4 major maintenance companies, and that they want to do the whole thing. They want to take over the entire piece, and they want a long-term contract.
Can I clarify? There's 4 major golf course management companies.
Management companies.
Yes.
Okay. What about golf course maintenance companies, firms?
Each of those 4 companies have their own folks who do it for them, whether it's a subcontracted company that they link with. But here in town, there are 2 large landscaping companies who mostly do parks and other roadway things for the various cities downtown. One is XL Landscaping, and I can't recall the other one off the top of my head. They have done some golf course work in the past. I don't know if they'd be interested in this as well.
Okay, but they're not golf course landscape maintenance professionals.
Correct.
I've had an experience of hiring I think I've gone through 5 landscapers in our home in Boulder City to finally find one and that person now knows my house, now knows my yards, and my perception is that the people who work at Turf Tech who are willing to come over and work in Boulder City know the golf courses, know the ins and outs, know the irrigation systems, understand what needs to be done. My concern is also having inexperienced landscapers who want to cut their teeth on our golf courses, and with that significant investment. So again, not to belabor a point, but I feel strongly that it would be appropriate for Mr. Shaper to take on the maintenance contract. The other thing is, if anybody else who buys, we would buy the products anyway, the goods.
That would be the intent if we did an RFP. We would make that a stipulation.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, because there's huge markups usually by maintenance companies that buy the goods.
Absolutely.
So that's my 2 cents on that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone else? Councilmember Adams?
Thank you. With regards to the number, the additional 900,000, sorry, I was looking to go back. With the 900,000, how did we get to that number? How did we determine what the appropriate amount would be if we're going this way without going through all the other, like a competitive process?
So I sat down with Dave Stanton and talked to some folks at Wild Horse, kind of came up with a labor budget. It has about 4 salaried employees, and then the rest hourly. And then I think that got us down to about 800 and change, and then with 20% with insurance, workers' comp, Medicare, Social Security, all those employer taxes that you get, came out to right around 900.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is something, I'm a little torn here because I do agree that it seems to be maybe both in our best interest and perhaps best practice to move to one contract. It does seem to be that what other municipality golf courses do. So I think it's certainly something that we should be considering. However, when we're talking about a contract that's $1.59 million, that's huge, and when we're talking about an RFP, that's not always just about, trying to find the city the best deal at the cheapest rate or whatever.
Correct.
A lot of it is that it instills confidence in the public that, there's no good old boy system, that we're going through a transparent process. If we were to go through with such a process, is there anything that stipulates that, should something come back and it's, $3 million, $4 million, I mean, things that we really just can't afford, is there anything that states that we then have to go forward with one of those, or?
No. In the standard language I have in all of my RFPs, it says something, and I'm paraphrasing, the city has the right to accept, reject, refuse any proposal or bid in its entirety for any reason.
Because I wonder if it wouldn't be in the best interest so that the public can see that we are trying to be transparent, that we are trying to make sure that we are covering all our bases, to go through that process, see what comes back, be able to weigh those options so that we actually know, and then within that time frame, if that's something that we're still not seeing something that we're satisfied with, that can help us, make these golf courses, pencil out and make sure that we're taking care of them. Then looking back at this, because I think it's clear that Shaper Golf does an excellent job with what they're doing right now. I think, with all the calls, even, when we're not having, golf matters before us at the council, I still hear from the public who use those golf courses how important it is to them. So I certainly think that it's something that could be within his scope to do, but I just want to make sure that, when we're doing things like this and we're talking about, this kind of money, the public, needs to have that confidence. It's one thing for me to say, I don't know Mr. Shaper, right? I don't golf myself personally. It's one thing for me to say that, there's nothing, nothing in which I'm trying to rub anybody's back so they can rub mine. But the truth never gets in the way of a good story for some people,
Sure.
And so that's kind of where I'm leaning. Would we have, within the amount of time to get an RFP out and, to get back responses, would we have time to look at those, weigh those options against the offer that Mr. Shaper has made, and then to compare those two and compare it at that point? Or I'm not sure what the...
It's my opinion that Mr. Shafer would have to apply for the RFP, just like any other vendor, if we solicit for it. At which point we would conduct an evaluation committee like we do for all of our other RFPs, and we would rack and stack and score everybody based on the criteria that we publish in the RFP. And then whomever is the most responsive and responsible, whoever scores the most points, on the charts that we do, would be selected. So we cannot kind of hold his to the side and do everybody else's and then compare them afterwards. It needs to be apples to apples.
And I think that might be unfair to everybody involved in that process, both Mr. Shaper and other people who are competing potentially. So I just wanted to be clear in my head with what that process looks like. So again, I think it's clear. It's not that I don't trust staff's judgment on this. I think it's clear that Shaper Golf does do a good job with their current operations down there. I'm just, when it comes to this type of money and not going out to bid, I just, I get it's reason for me to at least pause. And so I'm interested to hear what other members of council think on this. It's not that I think it would be a bad decision to go this way, but I just think a more transparent process would benefit the public's interest.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Folda?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, a lot of the questions I had have been asked tonight, so I just want to thank council members for really diving into this. So now my thoughts are a little scattered, however. I I believe I'm the one who made the comments at the capital improvement during the CIP process about the expense of the golf courses. And whatever that was misconstrued, I feel like reading some of these applicants, I don't ever recall ever saying anything about closing any golf courses. You know, they seem to continue to be successful, and had they not been, maybe we would be having a different conversation, but that's not the conversation that we're having. And I hope that the residents can understand that. This isn't anything personal about how it's managed or run. This is strictly on the contracts that we're doing and the cost to the city. My concern, and that I spoke during the CIP, is that we have some, I feel as a council member that I've never seen exactly what the golf courses cost the city. We have these two major contracts for the maintenance and for the operations. That money that they collect comes to us, and then we also cut a check to them because we only receive, I think is it $1.50 surcharge per round.
Yes, ma'am.
So about of the $35 to $50 per round, we get $1.50 of that, and so.
Oh, please. I'm sorry.
You can correct me.
Yeah.
The
I'm
surcharge
sorry.
for the surcharge fee.
So the city gets all monies
Right.
from green fees. So $35, all $35 goes to the city. In our accounting, $1.50 is set aside for the surcharge, but all of those monies go to the city.
Okay. So then, what goes to the golf course is also we receive 8% of merchandise sales, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a percentage of lessons. I think it's 15, and 8% of restaurant sales, correct?
Yes, gross sales.
So gross sales. Okay. And then we also have a contract. Under your contract, we also provide for maintenance of the restaurant. Kitchen supplies, or if
the maintenance labor is
anything that breaks in the kitchen.
So up to $1,800 I have to pay for it, and then past that, if it's a major repair, then the city replenishes the equipment.
The appliance or whatnot.
Yeah, but plates, silverware, there's major things that happen throughout the year that we have to purchase. I purchased a new ice machine without coming to the city, again, as a partnership. There's been a line cooler. They're large coolers for kitchen in-house. Needed one of those at Boulder City, and Shaper Golf purchased that.
Okay, so within your budget, you purchase things that the city doesn't. You know, I also saw that there's some golf bikes that were purchased, and I believe that you did that, not the city. So within that you are, but I'm trying to strictly stay with what the contract is with us and the city. I believe that we also provide in your contract some office expenses, things like that in nature, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then for the maintenance, we also purchase all the golf carts, and we lease to own those. And then within the maintenance, we purchase all the maintenance, lawnmowers, equipment, that is such nature.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a lot of give and take between what we're actually providing and what we're buying. And so that was my concern as a city council member, is that I've never really seen the financials of what it's costing us. Because on top of that, we also have capital improvement projects where we fix things at the golf course. And so to see a whole comprehensive plan, that's my concern. And that's what I was trying to talk about at the CIP meeting, is that it's hard to just compare what a savings is when we don't really know what the expense is. And so that was my comment. That was nothing to do with closing anything or how you're managing anything. It's just where, you know, are we being financially prudent? I don't know, because I haven't seen it all. So what I would propose with this is that it arose in there several times that there's some blind spots that we don't know. I asked staff if we've ever done an audit. I believe the answer was no on these contracts. So, and I don't know that we've ever done an RFP for these contracts ever. Have there ever been an RFP ever?
I was told back when the course was first built in 2003, there was an initial RFP then, and we're under the assumption that all the subsequent contracts fell under professional services and there was no competitive bids.
Okay, so that's a concern to me, because we say that we're saving money, but we really don't know we're saving compared to the last contract. Is there any, and I have also heard any reason why we're not starting a new contract with Turf Tech?
Let me discuss that for a moment. So the existing contract with Turf Tech right now was in perpetuity. It said that it can be renewed every 5 years with the consent of both parties. No end date. In November 2018, the then current city manager informed Turf Tech that when the 5 years ended, which is in June of this year coming up, he intended to pursue one combined contract. And so accordingly, we gave the 6-month notice last month to Turf Tech based on that guidance. Conceivably, we could rescind that notice to Turf Tech and ask them if they'd be interested in continuing the existing maintenance contract with them for a 5-year option and see if they accept. So there is a possibility still for us to work with Turf Tech in the future. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, because
Okay.
I'm questioning. I never really have never heard the reason why we were doing why we're in this position right now, anyways. And so what you're saying is it was because of a decision from an administrator who's no longer here.
That's what I've been briefed. In November of 2018, that was the guidance that he gave the staff, and that's how we pressed forward with this.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I feel like it's put both Schaefer and Turf Tech in a position that probably they don't want to be in or needed to be in. And so I do see a need for savings. I do see a need for transparency. I would recommend putting this to an RFP in order to have it competitively bid. And I would implore Turf Tech to put in a bid.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, I just see that it is kind of a wash because we are also taking on an unknown amount of money for purchasing the supplies for this contract. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I just wanted to add that at any time that you would like to get together, I will gladly go through everything that we do and have records of it.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Folda, one more thing. I know you asked about the financials, and we've got about a 95% document ready. We think we'll have it to you tomorrow.
Appreciate it. One last question. There was additional information put on the dais. Are these different than what was in the packet?
The slides are different.
Well, we corrected
The dollar value.
The dollar value that I had pointed out. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
You know, I share many of those concerns as well. And as far as the golf courses closing, that's never been discussed. So I appreciate you, Mr. Sikora, bringing that out. It's just amazing the response that we get whenever we start talking about the golf course finances. Stunning response.
Yes, sir.
So what this is about then is a contract that is coming up for potential renewal under the terms of the contract. Is that correct?
Are you talking about the current turf tech?
Yes.
Uh,
According to what you just mentioned, it was on 5-year intervals with automatic renewal by agreement of both sides.
In perpetuity, yes, but we've already given them our intent.
Okay, but that was never a decision by this city council.
That's correct. It was by the prior administrator.
Right. So the contract has not been canceled.
No, just our notice has been served.
Right. And that's typical as you come up to these endpoints in contracts. If there's going to be consideration for some other action, to notify them of the potential that the contract may come to an end.
We're legally obligated, yes, sir.
Okay. And again, I think that's an important point to bring out because the discussion was that somehow this contract was canceled and therefore we had to look for an alternative, but in fact, that's not the case whatsoever. They've just been notified that
Correct.
It's coming up to that 5-year period of time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Couple of notes that I made during the discussion. Again, I do appreciate everyone else's input on this. You know, in here is a lot of discussion about the irrigation system. That's not in any part of this discussion, though, is it?
No, it is irrelevant right now to the management or landscaping agreement in front of you. It was just used as an example of past and current projects that we're looking at to help save money.
By spending $5 million on the old golf course.
Again, it was something we were examining. So,
well, and again,
yes.
What I'm getting at these are real costs.
Yes, sir.
So when we talk about, well, what's the cost of the golf course, as Councilmember Folda pointed out, and what is that true cost to us, and we look at these contracts and say, oh, well, that's all there is to that. That's never what it is to maintaining these golf courses. Mm-hmm. You know, in the CIP, there was $800,000 in there to build a cart barn. We're in the process of removing trees, and I believe that's the surcharge that was being charged at the municipal course was to remove trees. So as far as a landscape contract goes, apparently that did not include maintaining trees. That was somehow became a separate issue that again came back for payment. The original request was from the capital improvement fund of the city to pay that cost, and then a surcharge was placed to attempt to cover for some of that cost. That's my recollection of that part of it. Mm-hmm. So, okay, so the irrigation system, the turf removal. Now, the only thing that I can see where turf removal might have an impact on this conversation is if we pull a lot of the turf out, a lot of the landscaping comes out of the golf courses, that's that much less that needs to be maintained as far as being mowed on a weekly basis, or, you know, I'm sure it's going to require some type of maintenance, but probably
Correct.
A much lower level.
Yes, sir, and less irrigation. We'll still have to do some drip stuff for any plants that are left over, but there'll be some potential savings that way.
So we're looking at already lowering what the landscape effort would need to be at the courses by looking at these turf removal projects.
We are, yes, but it's nothing that we're moving forward with right now. We're still evaluating turf reduction as a whole.
Right, okay. There's an analysis within the presentation here about, you know, if we were to use city employees, it would cost this much, whereas if we use a private company, all of a sudden this enormous savings shows up. How is a savings like that accomplished with such a labor-intensive function?
Brock, you put that, or Diane, you have that down? I know Brock put it together.
I can comment on that.
Thank you.
City employees, we have to pay, they're usually union contracts, and then there's PERS on top of that.
Okay, so it's simply a matter of just paying the people actually doing the work less so that someone else can do the contract.
It's just that there's a different pay rate for city employees based on the union contracts.
So the savings, the quote savings, come from just paying the people doing the actual work. You just pay them less money. I mean, the work's the same, you just pay them less for it.
if they work for the city, they have to get paid a different rate than if they work in private.
And if they don't, you have the opportunity to pay them less for doing the same work. That's how the savings come about.
Okay.
Is there something else, Mr. Shaper? Do you have some formula that you are able to exercise that you can get more labor out of people? Or, again, there's no explanation of that, that you save money or you spend less money by having employees that are not city employees.
Yeah, and like she was saying, from what I understand, a private contractor can adjust that wage to where I've always believed that a city employee gets paid X, where if I needed to pay someone minimum wage, I can pay them that, and I think they would make more if they worked for the city, due to being in a union or anything of that nature.
Or making a living wage or any of those types of things.
Yeah.
Right, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
To get back to whether a bid on this, a competitive bidding process is necessary, you had brought up the NRS regarding professional services.
Yes, sir.
Now, I understand Mr. Shaper is a PGA pro, and that to have and maintain that type of certification, you have to demonstrate knowledge in course maintenance and things like that. We're not hiring, though, his consulting on this. We're hiring to have work done.
I understand your perspective on that.
I mean, it would be one thing if we, contacted the PGA and said, you know what, we've got this golf course and we're having a question about how to do this or that. So we'd like you to recommend some people and have them come out and give us a professional opinion. That's one thing if you're talking about professional services. But if you're saying we're going to hire a company that's actually going to go out there and mow the grass and trim the bushes and do all of that stuff, I don't believe that's a professional contract. I believe that's a contract. It's a contract for work to be performed.
I appreciate that. And if I could just give an example that at least how I'm viewing this and we're viewing this is, it's the same, the example you gave is the same as a design consultant or an architect who owns a firm. We are entering into the professional services agreement with the guy who has the PE next to his name and owns the firm.
But they're not building the building is what I'm getting at.
But the two or three people underneath him are doing the design work that he is approving in the end.
Right, but they're not the ones building the building is what I'm getting at.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And I see that as being a different situation here, where we're not asking somebody how best to do something, and they may have employees that write reports and provide specifications and all that. We're hiring a company that's actually going out and doing the work. So that's where I see that difference between the requirements that we go to competitive bid process.
All right, sir.
I appreciate the fact that also you mentioned earlier that you're almost complete with something that would show us what the costs of these golf courses are. Yes. And I think that's another important question, that as we look at the amounts that are being paid to Mr. Shaper for his management services there, or to Turf Tech for the landscape maintenance that they do, we have really no idea what that means as far as profit loss for the courses themselves.
Yes, sir. We heard your message the other day, and we've been working on it. And again, you'll have that tomorrow, and we look forward to your feedback.
Okay. So I think that factors into when we look at a contract to say, is this doing us good, or do we need to look for some way to cut costs, or do we have money to work with? The other thing that never seems to work into those equations are these capital improvement projects. Is that something that you're working on in this process?
we have not considered the capital improvement projects in any of these costs or any of these agreements before you that we've talked about today. Those are a separate entity that, although we know there will be golf course capital improvement things in the future, but we haven't, not as a part of this item at all. So,
and I guess that, you know, it gets back to this question about, you know, how can you do things for differing amounts of money? I mentioned the labor differential there, that, well, the only reason you can do it for less is you pay people less to do the same work. Similarly, in this case, we have a contract with someone to manage golf courses, and normally if you have your own business and you're running that business, you've got substantial risk there. I mean, we've certainly seen that during this pandemic, that these business owners have substantial risk. With the running of the courses, though, as an example, the golf carts, it's in our CIP for another $150,000 for golf carts. So we have a business here that it's like, well, we'll pay you what you consider to be a fair amount for these things. And anything that we have to backstop, anything that the other residents have to pay for, we'll take care of that. When we look at the operation of these golf courses and this financial report that you're working on, I hope that gives us the ability to look at those differences.
Well, we'll be looking forward to your feedback. We think we're doing the most detailed job we can. I've got a kind of draft of it right now, so we'll shake it out tomorrow and
I appreciate it. And again, I can see that, you know, you've already found some of the things with the operation of these golf courses that were just never done. And we're trying to fix that now, or at least address that now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, I don't see any way of going about this without going out to some type of an RFP process. I appreciate the work that Mr. Shaper has done out there. We need to get some idea of this before we just say, yeah, that looks good, let's go ahead and sign off on that. I also think that the length of these contracts need to be heavily weighed, or at least potential termination clauses in there. How do we say, you know, we want to go a different direction? Because it seems that all the risk is on the city here. At least the majority of the risk is on the city.
I will ensure, if we publish an RFP for maintenance only, that language will be in the RFP document and cleared through the city attorney before it even gets published.
All right, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Hoskins?
Yes, I'd just like to have a little bit more clarification on what you stated. I think that you said that the former city manager made a decision to bring these two contracts together as one. Is that correct?
That's what I was briefed. In November of 2018, the former city manager notified Turf Tech that was his intent, was to do that at the end of the current term.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Adams?
With regard to the information that staff is working on as far as costs and more information for us to evaluate, is that something that we want to see before making any decisions? I know it seems to be that people seem to be of the mindset that an RFP, regardless, is the responsible path forward, but I'm just wanting to, just throw it out there. Is that something that we would want to see just to make the most informed decision that we can?
My thoughts on that are that this is the very first time I've heard that's in the process. It would not change my mind on how I believe we need to go forward. Is it information that would have been valuable? I certainly think it would have been, yes. Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, I do not feel that that information would be necessary for me to go forward on my decision.
Anyone else? that sufficient, or did you have?
Yeah, I was just curious. I just wanted to hear council's feedback on that, just to throw it out there.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I guess we can take this two ways then. There is a resolution here. There's been at least some indication of approving that resolution, which would just simply award the contract to Shaper Golf for the maintenance of the course. Anyone wishing to offer a motion on that resolution?
I would like to make a motion to accept resolution number 7221.
Anyone wishing to second that motion? Motion does not receive a second and will not move forward. The next option that was provided was to provide direction, I guess, to city staff regarding moving forward with an RFP. Anyone wishing to make a motion regarding the RFP process?
I will make a motion to direct staff to consider the RFP and go out, write the RFP, write it as you said you were going to write it, and go out for that.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion is approved 4-1. Thank you, Mr. Sikora. I do appreciate the work you're doing on this. Mr. Shaper, certainly you do a great job out there. Appreciate that as well. Thank you for coming this evening.
Thank you and have a good evening.
Okay, we'll move to item number 10, matters pertaining to the 2021 5-year financial plan. Ms. Pelletier?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is an annual plan that's brought before the Council, updated each year. So I don't recall, do we do the public hearing first before my presentation, or do we want to do the presentation? Okay. All right. Okay, so as I stated, each year we update the 5-year financial plan, and I believe this came about during the recession of 2007 to 2009. The city adopted a requirement to develop and maintain a rolling 5-year financial plan. So the Finance Department has prepared the calendar year 2021 financial plan to cover fiscal years 22 to 26. So included in this report is the update of the city's revenues and expenses, which I think everybody is kind of curious about where we're at. So I'm going to go over some of the details on that and take it from there. So this particular graph may be familiar to you because that was kind of what we used last year. And we have a box for the COVID impact. So I have some talking points and some history on this. So in 2021 budget in May adopted, also known as what we call the COVID budget, it estimated that the majority of the 2021 revenues would be reduced by 40%. And we got that number from Applied Analytics, who prepared estimates that everyone in the state was using. And Boulder City used this reduction factor for all estimates except a couple things. Room tax we reduced by 60%. And that's a small amount in our budget, but we thought 40% was not accurate, and we needed to reduce that by even more. So that was budgeted, normally budgeted at $500,000, so we budgeted that at $200,000. The property tax and solar lease revenue was not reduced because we didn't feel that that would be impacted by the COVID situation for Boulder City. But everything else was reduced by 40%. So these new projections compared to the actual 2020 revenues are much better than the 40% reduction. And I guess you can see it from this. I'll just stay on this one, and then we'll look at the others after, because they're all kind of variations of this. So looking at that. So the new projection for C-Tax is going to be short of the 2020 actual by 9%. So that's a dramatic difference from the 40% that we had budgeted, which was based on the applied analytics. So right now, as it stands, it looks like at the end of the year, our actual revenues for CTAX will be only 9% less than what we received in 2020. The More Cops funds and the crime prevention funds, however, will be 12%. Now again, we budgeted 40% less, but they'll be 12% less, which is still much better than where we were looking at when we did the budget. The LVCA room tax, however, we're not expecting to receive anything from that, so that's even worse than the 40% reduction. Property tax is actually estimated to be 7% higher than what we actually received in 2020. And the infrastructure tax is estimated to be 12% lower than the 40% estimate. So overall, we're in much better shape than what we thought we might be in using the applied analytics percentages. We're also getting regular, I meet virtually with the finance directors once a month, and there's new numbers coming out and being sent to me all the time. So we're taking those into account as we prepare for our upcoming 2022 preliminary budget meeting, which will be on February 10th. So I hope that is on everybody's calendar. So we'll be looking at and talking about those projections even more. So another thing I would like to mention, since we're talking about the projections, is all operating and emergency reserves are fully funded. So all funds except the general fund maintain a 20% operating and emergency reserve. The city's newly created funds are not yet fully funded. So we were talking about special emergency reserves and operating reserves, which are used for cash flow. But then we have these new funds that were created to help the general fund, and those are not yet fully funded. So there's compensated absences, extraordinary maintenance, risk management, VERF, and revenue stabilization. So there'll be more money put in those funds in the next year, and they're not fully funded. But all the other operating and emergency reserves for the city are fully funded. Another comment on that is that the general fund, let me get my note on that. The general fund operating reserve is at 16.67%, which is essentially a 2-month operating reserve, and that was required by NRS. They reduced that amount in the last session, which was 2 years ago, from the 20%. So now the city is only required to maintain a 16.67%. And we are comfortable with that because of the creation of these 5 funds that help the city for extraordinary maintenance or for compensated absences or VERF. All these things help the city stay stable. So we're okay with that 16.67. However, we kept the 20% intact for all the proprietary funds and for the proprietary funds. And the reason for that is we're pretty much a pay-as-you-go entity for those entities, and we have to maintain more cash on hand, and they do not have the use of these funds that we created for the general fund. So the next thing I want to talk about is looking forward. So the current outlook for the 21-22 revenues are going to be, when you see the budget, the proposed first round of the budget discussions on February 10th will be very similar to the revenues that were received in fiscal year 2020. So we're kind of, and I don't know if the next one, okay, like this one here is all of the combined revenues, and if you looked at the second COVID box, and you see the 22 dot is right outside the box, and that is pretty even to the one from fiscal year 20. So where we're starting off with the fiscal year 22 budget and projecting upward for the next 5 years, but at very conservative increments, is is kind of a setback because we're going back to 2020 actuals and basing it off of that. But we'll probably be fine tuning that more so as we get through this budget. So I expect to have more information in the next few months. But as of right now, that is the percentages that we're using. So it's pretty much going to be in line with the 2020 actuals and work its way up from there. And those particular estimates are mentioned in the actual 5-year plan. So they're very conservative estimates. I think there's still a lot of unknowns about COVID. I do have another couple of comments I would like to make. Based on these projections and how much better we are than where we thought we'd be this year, I have a couple of things I'd like to say. That I would believe and feel comfortable that if the city were to remove the requirement that staff seek approval from the council to fill any vacancies that have funding. So in other words, if somebody left Boulder City tomorrow, my feeling is we should not have, or we could still come to the council, but it's not really necessary in the idea of fearing that we need to check to make sure we have enough money, because that money is already budgeted, and because we are looking like we're going to end the year fairly close to where we could have been without COVID. I feel it's okay for us to no longer have to seek approval to fill funded vacant positions in the current year budget. The other thing we're doing is on February 10th, that first budget you will see, is we will have reinstated the positions that were frozen and unfunded going into this year's budget. And that's about 10 positions. So those are my two, I guess, outside the safety zone comments, which are actually pretty conservative, but I think it's steps, it's baby steps. And I still think that we have to be extremely cautious. I think there's still a lot of unknowns, and I think, the government, we're not really in charge of people that may make decisions or suggestions that we close down or something like that. So based on that, I don't feel comfortable opening up anymore at this time. So with that, I can answer any questions, or we can have the public hearing.
Thank you. Any questions about the information provided? We'll have an opportunity to make comments following the public hearing. All right, we will open the public hearing then. Anyone wishing to make comment regarding the 5-year financial plan? The phone line is available at 702-589-9629. This is a public hearing regarding the 5-year financial plan.
Public hearing.
Yes, I have public comment.
Go ahead.
Yes, Council, again, good evening. For the record, Fred Volz. I would like to respond to a few comments that the finance director made. Applied analytics has not really been getting this particularly right. And just because all the other kids in the neighborhood, meaning in the state, choose to follow along with their logic and projections does not mean that it's appropriate for Boulder City. As far as replacing staff or filling unfilled positions. I think the finance director was quite correct, but she doesn't make the point that we need to be extremely conservative in how we spend money going forward, because it's true. We don't know what the long-term impacts of the virus are going to be on the state, on our community. And we don't know that people are going to continue to be able to pay their property taxes. We don't know that taxable revenue from sales will hold up if there are major economic problems because of these government programs that are paying out lump sums to people. And certainly employment, at least in the non-government world, has cratered, as have many small businesses. So there really needs to be a little more conservatism than the finance director is presenting to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, this is a public hearing on the 5-year financial plan. Anyone wishing to comment, the phone number is 702-589-9629. All right, hearing no others, we will close the public hearing. And Ms. Pelletier, I did have one question just to start off with on the graphs that you had up. Just for clarification, the general fund revenue trend 2006 through 2030, somewhere around 2014, 2015, we see that big jump in there. And we always see that big jump in there.
Yes, and it's a combination of two things that occurred. One of them was the way RTC money was booked back in 2015 as a revenue, which was incorrect. And the other part of that has to do with a solar lease, which I believe...
it was one of the one-time payments.
Yes, and they were both recorded improperly. And that's what caused those spikes in those 2 years.
So it's not
that is noted in the booklet,
right.
too.
So it's not that we've been tailing off since that time. It's just that was
right.
An anomaly.
And then if you draw a line from the year before that and the year after, it kind of follows that nice pattern of a slight upward movement.
Right.
Which is what everybody wants.
Okay. And are we receiving a one-time payment this year on the town site project?
We did.
Okay, so that's already been received in the previous fiscal year or in this fiscal year?
This fiscal year.
Okay. And how much was that?
Let me look. I think I have that.
Seemed to be somewhere like 3-point-something million dollars.
Yep. I like to be exact if I can. I think I have. I don't know. Brock may know it. Oh, I might have it right here. Well,
when they split between the budgets.
Oh, that's right, okay. So 4.1 was the total, but it's a Skylar, right? Yeah. 3.327. That's the year-to-date revenues from Skylar, the Skylar lease. 3.327, which included that one-time payment.
Okay. And the loss that we know of to date, you'd mentioned the C-tax, I think, was down by 7%.
7% from the 2000 actual.
Okay, and then the sales tax was down.
2020 actual, excuse me. I've said that 3 times today.
That's okay.
Okay.
Sales tax was down 9%. Somewhere around there.
Yeah, it's somewhere around there. They're all much better than the 40%, which is what we used as an estimate. But that was, at the time, we wanted to be sure that we were being as conservative as we could be, and that was what everybody thought was the right thing to use.
Yes, and I want to point out as well that, yes, I know that Jeremy Aguero, those predictions that he came out with were very, very early on. And matter of fact, were at the time that the stay-at-home orders were issued, and things had pretty much come to a halt for many places. So the outlook at that point was not good. And since that time, the outlook has gotten better because the stay-at-home orders were lifted and the economy has limped along at least, and actually some companies have done just as well as they did the previous year.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, and I've actually been...
Well, it's very uneven.
I've been actually very surprised at how well the numbers are, because personally, I would have never bet that they'd be this close to where they were 2 years ago.
Well, don't forget, Congress injected $5 trillion out of thin air.
Right, and who knows how much more they're going to put in. So, that's what I mean. It's how much is real and how much is make-believe. I don't know. So that's why, even though the numbers are good, that's why I'm not saying that we're back to normal, although you would hope that we are through the worst and that things from this point on get better. And that's why I'm feeling like we can start taking baby steps trying to get back to normal. I mean, at some point we have to start thinking that, well, we've been through the worst when we were shut down. We're coming out of that. So hopefully it is going to get better, and we'll find out, I guess, on the February 15th with the governor says.
Well, the numbers get posted every day, so we can, we can see whether things are getting better or worse.
Right.
All right, any other questions or comments? Councilmember Folda.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple of questions in here. On the first page, it did say, when speaking about what we did to tighten our belts for city finances, that the cancellation of contractually obligated compensation increases to its employees. I believe that's different than what we had spoken in the past with the city manager at the time. So
where are you reading that?
That's on the page 3 of this packet. It's the largest paragraph, about the second sentence.
Okay, I see it now.
It was my understanding that a 3% raise
that was
was
2007 to 2009.
Oh, okay.
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 But there, I think that was actually considered on the hold on the salary increases, but that was not done. That was not done.
That was not done.
But this is how we got to doing this annual plan.
Okay. So this is referencing 2007, 2009 tightening of belt, not current. Okay.
A lot of things are similar, though. I could see where you would think that it's similar to
because I was like,
doing this year.
We did a lot of those other things too.
Yep.
Other question was page 4. It says under the revenue assumptions that there's no drop in property tax for fiscal year 22. So I just had a question about that with the eviction moratorium that's been expanded and expanded and expanded. Are they still, is the state and county still receiving property taxes from those homes? Like, they have not seen a decrease in property taxes?
No, it's been an increase, actually. It's an increase.
Okay. Is that because it's balanced between there's development still happening?
I think there's, because some new homes have been built, and they would be taxed at the higher rate than some of the older homes due to the way the formula works for the taxing calculations.
Okay.
So the newer homes are
balancing out what the deficit would have been.
Yep.
So the same thing during the recession also.
In the recession too. Oh. amazing.
It is.
Okay. So those are my two questions. And then basically looking at our revenue trend, if we didn't look, without the weird spikes that we had written in our operations, we are basically moving on the same trajectory that we would have been normally without COVID.
Yep.
Okay. That I think was all the questions that I had for this one. So thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Councilmember Hoskins?
I'd just like to make a comment that it is amazing that we are where we are, and be thankful for that, and thank you for all the work that you've done. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, thank you. I was going to make the same compliment, and first of all, thank you for this. This is, there's a little bit of a nice warm feeling about these lines and graphs. It's interesting though, when we talked about the property taxes, people who own the buildings and homes still have to pay property taxes even though there's an eviction moratorium. Now the renters may not be paying rent, but the homeowners, property owners are still paying property taxes on those.
And I think a lot of people are moving here too, so that's probably raising the housing prices. So it's been a pretty incredible pandemic. I mean, it's had some really negative effects and some really interesting positive effects. So
I think it's interesting that in our town during all of this, we've opened how many new businesses? We've two restaurants and a bookstore.
That's true.
I mean, we've reduced the vacancies in Boulder City in the middle of a pandemic. Kind of an interesting process. But thank you. I appreciate this.
Councilman Adams?
I know not to be redundant, but I appreciate the work. I think the most difficult thing with this pandemic, obviously, is there's the known unknowns and then there's the unknown unknowns. And of course, the unknown unknowns are always going to be the scariest thing, and we're always going to question: are we doing the best we can to try and account for anything that we might not expect to happen? But in general, I think Boulder City has always had a very conservative approach to just about everything we've done, whether it be growth or anything else. And I think a lot of those processes that we have that I think some people might think are very burdensome or otherwise, that we could do things a lot quicker and stuff like that. But I think it shows that we have so far, hopefully this is wood that I'm knocking on, I think that it shows that we've been able to hopefully avoid most of the most harshest impacts that some of our neighboring communities have had to experience. And so I think we're very fortunate. We're obviously not out of the woodwork yet, but I appreciate the work that you continue to put into these booklets and stuff like that. I think it's really helpful and not just good for us here on council to be able to review, but also for the public. So thank you.
In addition to what I had mentioned earlier, I would like to say as well that at this point, things are certainly much improved over the initial estimates from applied analysis. The eviction issue still concerns me. I don't know how much of an impact it may have here in Boulder City, but that's a problem that just continually keeps being pushed forward. And at some point, we're going to see if there's going to be an impact from that or not. As Councilmember Bridges mentioned, we have seen new businesses open, and we've seen a few of them close. They've gone out of business. So this has been very uneven, the way it has worked out. Some people have been devastated by this, and others have not. So we're not out of the woods yet, I will put it that way. Again, I appreciate you putting this together. I think for this council to have this information on a semi-regular basis, to know where these tax revenues are at, that makes it very helpful for us also as we make other decisions. So, if it's possible to do something like every other month, I think that would be very helpful.
Well, I think the city manager's report actually has a lot of good information, and we are looking at possibly adding some graphics to that could maybe help show a clearer picture. but we can see about doing that. The only question is, a lot of times, the information in 2 months isn't changed all that much because there's a big lag between the state's payments, so.
And I know they don't issue the payments monthly or, you know, it's irregular when the payments come in, and so I understand all of that, but.
And of course, during the budget, which starts in 2 weeks, we'll be talking about that all the way through to the time it's adopted. So it's pretty much, I agree with you, but pretty much during July through late October, we're barely getting any monies in from them. So the real impact, this is a good time of the year to look at it.
And even a quick mention of that fact, again, I think I know it would help me in my decision-making process just to have an understanding of where we might be at. And I do know that, you know, all of the finance directors are trying to sort this all out on a regular basis. You know, some of that insight would be helpful as well.
But we're all asking each other the same questions and seeing if we're all thinking the same thing. So I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like the sausage being made, but, you know.
It's an uncertain time. I understand that.
Yeah.
All right, we do have a resolution on this, Resolution 7222. Anyone wishing to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 7222.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Pelletier.
Okay, just one more thing. When I said earlier about removing the requirement that if a position becomes vacant that's funded, that we can go ahead and now do that without having to circle back to the council and explain what that position was doing, like a policeman or, you know, if a fireman leaves, is the council okay with me not having to have those people come back and justify why we want to fill a vacant position that is fully funded right now?
Well, and again, I will just say about that, you know, there clearly was some misunderstanding about the intent of council and staff's understanding of what council's intent was. I do believe we are at a point where we don't need to be as cautious. Okay. Any other input from council members?
Okay, great.
I would agree with that. I don't know if that's something we have to make a formal.
No.
I know we can't do that tonight, but
No, you don't have to, because it was never formally put at the time of the budget, except it was sort of like a promise.
Gotcha.
But I don't want to break that and then have someone say, well, I remember somebody saying they were going to bring back those positions. So
yeah, and again, I think it's important to remember all we were saying. It didn't need to be a huge decision. Just check with us, because again, the more of this financial information we have, the easier it is to go forward with those types of decisions.
But all the positions that are unfunded right now will not, those will stay unfunded, but we will be bringing them back in the February 1st meeting. You will see those back in the budget.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 11, resolution regarding use of the CARES Act funds. Mr. Mays.
Thank you, Mayor. The city received approximately $1.5 million in CARES funds to be able to be utilized to reimburse city expenses in response to the pandemic. The council, through prior resolutions and most recently Resolution 7188, also provided funds to support local businesses, to support emergency aid, and the senior center. Emergency aid has been utilizing these funds to help our residents who are responding to the pandemic in need of rental assistance, child care assistance, and utility assistance. Those funds through Resolution 7188 had to be expended by the end of the year, because that was the agreement between the city and the county who provided us the funds, and that was their obligation to the federal government. At the end of 2020, Congress passed additional legislation that allowed more time to be able to utilize these funds. So as I mentioned previously, They had to be expended by December 31st. Now we have 6 months into 2021. So with that additional opportunity, we wanted to bring back to the council reconsideration of Resolution 7188 with Resolution 7223 and the opportunity to provide additional funds to emergency aid and the senior center. We have reached out to both agencies, and they estimate that over the next 6 months, they could utilize an additional $185,000. Again, this would be funds that would be used to reimburse their support to our citizens in the community for their efforts. And so we have that resolution before you and can answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, I first wanted to disclose that I am the grant coordinator for emergency aid. I don't feel that I do not benefit personally or financially from this decision, except for the joy of getting to see residents of Boulder City get assistance. So, but I did want to disclose that.
Councilmember Hoskins?
Yes, I need to disclose that I am a driver for Meals on Wheels for the senior center, and part of my family does the same thing. But this will not affect my decision.
I also wish to disclose I'm a volunteer driver for Meals on Wheels, have no pecuniary interest or financial benefit whatsoever. I pay for my own gas. Any other questions or comments regarding this resolution? Councilmember Folda?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you review over, I know I had this question before, so you should have the answer, but what amount of monies were used by these organizations so far, what was unused, and then, so we're not paying the original costs, because I don't think all costs were used originally. They ran out of time to use those. So this is an additional, but we're also providing what was given before. Can you explain that?
Sure, it's a very good question and point of clarification. So previously, in the prior resolution, that was Resolution 7188, there was up to $180,000 that was provided to emergency aid and $40,000 to the senior center. Now, in that resolution, it also said those funds had to be spent before the end of 2020, December 31st. And so of those funds, emergency aid was able to utilize $90,379 out of the $180,000. Senior Center was able to utilize $36,139 out of the $40,000. And so they did not use all of those funds, but with this resolution, it provides funding for the first 6 months of 2021. And certainly, just like in that situation, if both those agencies don't fully utilize those funds, the city can use those funds to reimburse for city expenses responding to the pandemic.
Thank you. I have one other question about the resolution itself. Under the clause now, therefore let it be resolved, that all these things would be eligible through June 30th, 2021. However, the second to last, be it further resolved, funds not allocated as of June 4th, 2021, like you said, would be allocated towards public safety payroll expenses. So my question is, earlier when we had the CARES Act expiration date of December 31st, we had a December 1st or 4th deadline for those agencies to use that so that we had time to allocate it in our own budget and get that information to the county. So what is the deadline for these agencies? Is it the June 30th or at June 4th? Those monies need to be expended. so that we can tell the public, hey, you have until this time, so there's no confusion.
So what we did, we have a certain time frame of when we have to report back to the county. And so we mirrored that with the second to last further resolve, the June 4th, 2021, similar to the December 4th, 2020. That's when we have to report back to the county. However, emergency aid and the senior center, if they could demonstrate that they were going to use those funds by the end of the year, December 31st, and in this case, by June 30th, 2021, then we would provide that reimbursement, but they would have to report to us by June 4th. So the funds can be used through the end of June, and as long as they can document that to us and then report it to us before June 4th, then we're able to meet our obligations to the county.
Okay, so to reiterate, by June 4th, they need to establish any monies between June 4th and June 30th that they expect to have need of, and then by June 30th, it will be complete.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And this monies through emergency aid are able to give assistance for childcare, distance learning, and rent, mortgage, utilities assistance. All those things are still included in that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Mayor and council members, if I may, reviewing, I apologize for the late notice, reviewing the resolution, the operative clauses. I believe the operative clauses, the amounts, because this is in addition to what has already been approved, these amounts should actually be, for the senior center, I believe it should be $45,000, and then an additional $180,000 on top of the $180,000 that was approved in the operative clause, because we're repealing the prior resolution, so we have to, the not to exceed amounts have to be inclusive of the prior costs as well that were submitted.
So we need cumulative amounts, not just the amount.
That's correct.
For this period.
Yes.
So we can amend that?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So anybody want to do the math?
Well, I don't know if we
The
want.
senior center I got, I help, recognize your help with that one, I got that one.
Well, with emergency aid, it appears they didn't spend the full $180,000. They only spent $90,000, so I don't know if you want it to be.
Well, I believe we can authorize the up to, because again,
Yeah.
any amounts that are not used will.
Yeah, so it could be up to $360,000, which would be $180,000 plus $180,000. So.
Everyone in agreement?
It's too late at night for that.
So the motion would be to approve the resolution amending the third, the second, be it further resolved, changing the $5,000 to $45,000 and $180,000 to $360,000.
Okay, the one other part of this program that we've not discussed this evening are any small business grants. Was there any feedback that you had, Mr. Mays, on that program?
Well, with the outreach to our business community, the council had approved $250,000 for those business grants. And of that amount, we were able to spend $202,500, and that included the administrative costs to review those grants. Bottom line, the city was able to support every eligible grant application that was submitted.
Well, I guess my question is, though, I mean, these businesses that applied for and received those grants previously, some of them may have incurred additional losses since that time. But we don't appear that we're putting any more money into that particular part of the program.
Well, certainly, it's the council's discretion if you want to provide additional funds for a second round of grant applications under the same eligibility requirements, and factoring in the administrative costs to have the third party administer that.
Do we know if that service is still available?
The service would still be available. The one thing that I would want the council to be mindful of is of the $1.5 million in CARES funds that we received. When you factor in our prior expenses for the city, overtime, responding to the pandemic, when you factor in what we believe we're going to expend over the next several months for the vaccination efforts within the community, and prior distribution to both businesses and the nonprofits, and what's being considered tonight, it would provide potentially a remaining of about $200,000. Now, the city has expenses that would be eligible for reimbursement, but that would be the remaining.
Well, I would certainly be willing to put $50,000 to refresh that business grant program and then evaluate what type of response there is to it.
Mayor, if I would make a recommendation, at least 55, because
administrative costs.
The administrative costs, yes.
Thank you.
And those were grants depending on the number of employees between 10,000 and 5,000. So it might help 5 businesses, it might help 10.
Well, and again, because of the unevenness of how these things have impacted different businesses, I would like to see if, let's say a $5,000 grant level, just straight across, no 5 or 10, just make it 5,000, and see what type of response we get from the business community. Make a determination then if we need to revise that or not. Any other thoughts on that? Councilmember Folda?
I just had a question. I believe there was about $48,000 that was not spent in the original fee. So was the 55 in addition to, or would that just be replacing and starting over?
It would be replacing.
Okay.
Any other?
Just out of curiosity, would this be available to businesses that already received the benefit, or would it be strictly for those that have not received any type of benefit from this program?
Well, I believe part of the service that's being used is they do an evaluation of the loss that business has sustained. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is a factor in considering the eligibility.
Okay. So my suggestion is that this would be for a new period of time. So the previous program was up through December 4th, I believe. This would be then from, say, January 1 to June 4th, losses during that period of time. Any other thoughts or suggestions on that?
Mayor, if I might, I just had one additional question, not necessarily about the CARES, but for grants for small businesses. There are, I know a couple of businesses that have asked, they don't have employees, but they run the business themselves, and so they were not eligible for this particular grant. Are there grants for business owners that do not have employees that you're aware of that we could direct them to?
If they had one employee, they would have been eligible. There may have been other factors into what made them eligible or ineligible, but that's certainly, it was basically from 1 to, I believe, 10, and 11 to 20 were the two criteria whether they would receive either $5,000 or $10,000 with the prior program.
Okay, so I think in this scenario, it was an owner running a shop, just the owner. So that would not qualify, correct?
Well,
I think
I
it
mean,
would-
as an individual owner, they're the
They
one.
are an employee.
Yeah.
It would depend on how they treated themselves as whether they were an employee or not. But, you know,
So-
there are other programs. I mean, if they are not considered to be an employee of the firm, well, if they are, then they would be eligible for unemployment. And if they are not, I believe one of the other programs, the PUA or whatever the others are, they should be eligible for that as well.
Okay.
And I would certainly encourage those businesses to contact our economic development coordinator, and he'd be happy to help them.
I'll re-refer them. I think they had applied for this but didn't qualify, and so maybe they need further clarification of what direction to go. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, I will make an effort then to move for approval of Resolution 7223, amending the amount for distribution to the senior center to $45,000, to $360,000 for emergency aid, and to $265,000 for businesses, small businesses, subject to a limit of $5,000 grants.
Second.
So because I don't think the subject to the limit of $5,000 grants, we're repealing and replacing the prior resolution. So that would jeopardize the previous grant program where they went up to 10,000.
Subject to $5,000 limits between January 1st, for losses between January 1st and June 4th, 2021.
Okay.
She says approve the amendment.
Still second.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Mays. Okay, item number 12, matters pertaining to the Audit Review Committee, as requested by Councilmember Folda. Madam City Attorney, we're going to make a presentation on this.
I can take it, or
All right.
unless you want to take it, Councilmember Folda? All right, just jump in if I misrepresent. As you know, the Audit Review Committee meets towards the end of the calendar year, and currently it is comprised of 2 city council members and 2 members of the community, 1 member in the community who has expertise in the area of accounting, auditing, and financial management. Right now, our 2 community members are Melissa Pardinas and Ross Wright. Unfortunately, Mr. Wright is unable to continue serving. And when we modified the Audit Review Committee meeting, or the Audit Review Committee at last time, we tried to align it with the appointments for council members. At the same time, there was an election, so it wasn't in the middle of the year, and then there was an election, somebody had to, come off. So to fill the appointment of Mr. Wright, it would be an unexpired term, which would end on July, I want to say 13th, is when council members are sworn in. The other issue that Councilmember Folda wanted to discuss is the council's consideration to change the membership from 4 members to 5. We had some problems with attendance, especially because Audit Review Committee meetings fall very close to the holidays, and so that was problematic. If you increase it to 5 members, if 2 people are absent, you still have a quorum. With 4 members, 2 people absent, you do not have a quorum, and therefore the meeting's canceled. So that's one consideration for the council. Well, that would be the first consideration. And if the council would like to change the composition of the Audit Review Committee, you can approve Resolution 7224, which makes that change, which is before you on the dais. And then, depending on your decision regarding the composition of the committee, you would appoint either one member or two. One member, though, to fill one member to fill an unexpired term. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Folda, anything in addition you wanted to add?
No, I think that covered it. As City Clerk Crum pointed out, that we had trouble this year with, as you probably all know, because we didn't have an audit review committee this year. Two of our members could not attend because of the holiday. It was during the week of Thanksgiving. So we did not have a quorum, so we couldn't have that meeting, and it was the same day or the day before of our city council meeting. So it was just unable to be rescheduled in time. So I think this would help if we, resolve that issue. And so that's what's before you.
Councilmember Hoskins?
Yes, I concur with Councilwoman Folda. As being a member of the audit committee also, I prepared for quite some time for that meeting, and then we weren't able to have it. So having 5 members would be a definite plus for us. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Councilmember Adams?
I'll just add that I appreciate Councilwoman Folda bringing this forward because I think it's an important step to move in this direction. I know we've had trouble filling some of these seats, but I think it just goes to show why we need to make sure that we have a committee this size, because when we don't have the meeting, what's the point of having the committee when they meet once, twice a year, So any steps we can take to ensure that we're going through the right processes, I think, is the correct direction for this council to take.
Any other questions or comments? I would like to know, I had been on this committee previously. The primary goal of the committee is the review of the comprehensive annual financial plan for the city. And that's tells the public where all the money came from and went to and all of that stuff. So yes, it is absolutely a critical function. I'd like to add too that this committee can meet more often if they feel there's a need for it by call. We have a set of procedures, and Madam City Clerk, you may make sure I'm saying the right thing here. Members of committees can request consideration of a meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that is possible to have other meetings than the traditional. It used to be just one meeting, but they can certainly ask to have other meetings if they feel there's a need to either let the other members know what needs to be done or whatever work that committee may feel is necessary. Since we are making some changes here this evening, I don't know that we need to fill all of the positions, whether we decide to increase the number of members or not. It has been relatively short notice, but because if we do approve it, then there would be 2 appointments necessary, if not 1 appointment.
And I agree with you, especially with the unexpired. I think it's kind of a disservice because there most likely wouldn't be a meeting before June or July when it would be appointed again. So they wouldn't really have an opportunity to serve. That maybe that seat could just expire its term. The other thing I just wanted to point out is, in looking in this, and I've already talked to the city clerk, that on the website we don't even have the audit review committee on our webpage under the boards and commissions. And what I was told was because most of the city council was on audit review, so it wasn't really a citizen board from the beginning.
You are correct, Councilmember
Yeah.
Folda. I meant to follow up with you today. Lisa, actually, when we had our briefings yesterday, Lisa put it up there, but it was still under the old terms, and then I modified it to reflect how the membership was made up. So it currently reflects two citizens, two council members. And you're right, the reason it was never under our volunteer boards and commissions is because it was formally made up of all council members who voted and one citizen that was optional at large who was a non-voting member. Of course, now that's not the case. So we fixed that right when you were on the phone.
So similarly with our volunteer data sheet, I noticed that there's not even a check mark for that, so that we hadn't written in. So I think that kind of maybe why we don't have a lot of people know about this committee, because it's kind of been one of those things that changed to more of a volunteer versus city council position. And so maybe that, with more notice that we could recruit more.
And we have put it on social media, because after I put it on the agenda, we've put it on social media, and we also ran ads in the paper. But of course, it's not, you can appoint one tonight, and we can bring it back after soliciting more volunteers, so that there's no problem with that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Folda, would you like to make a motion then?
Okay, so first I would move to approve resolution number 7224.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any other actions that you would like to take or suggest? Just looking at
Can we take a poll of where everyone, if we want to appoint tonight or not?
I'm sure we could. Or we can just nominate, right? I mean, we can just open nominations. If we don't nominate a sufficient number, then it would come back at some point.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay? Why don't we do it that way?
Okay, so then I would, I would propose filling one seat at this time. I think that would be sufficient for the new position that was created.
All right, so nominations are open for this. Councilmember Bridges?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Judy Deshane.
Any other nominations?
Mayor, sorry, before we, I have a point of order. On this board, there has to have one citizen who has expertise in the area of accounting, audit, and financial management, and I believe Member Pardinas qualifies for that.
You
Is
are
that
correct. She meets that qualification,
Yes,
so
she
she's,
does.
yes.
So we have that.
Okay, any other nominations? I'll move to close nominations. Anyone wishing to second?
I'll second.
Okay, with one name submitted, then that Judy Deshane is appointed, and we will address the other opening at another time. Thank you. Okay, item number 13. This involves 3 ballot questions regarding the municipal pool.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. Yes, these are 3 resolutions before you today that would place ballot questions on the 2021 general municipal election ballot, asking voter input regarding financing of the Aquatic Center. The first resolution would seek voter approval to use $7 million from the Capital Improvement Fund for funding an aquatic center. The second would seek to voter approval to annually transfer $1 million annually from the Capital Improvement Fund to a pool reserve fund for the purpose of funding an aquatic center. Such transfer to sunset by December 31st, 2029. or at such time that the aquatic center is completed. And the third resolution would seek voter approval to reclassify the proceeds from the land sale of the lands adjacent to Boulder Creek Golf Club, known as Track 350, for 10% to be used for public safety capital needs and 90% to be used for funding an aquatic center. These are in the same form that they were brought to you at the December 8th, 2020 meeting. At that meeting, the City Council expressed concern that there still wasn't concrete numbers on what an aquatic center would cost to build, whether it's refurbishing the existing pool or building a new one. And so a consultant has been retained by the city to provide those cost estimates. However, those cost estimates are not yet finalized, so staff would recommend, again, holding these items in abeyance until such costs are finalized.
Thank you. And again, the date that questions must be submitted to the election department.
They have to be submitted, the full question, argument, and rebuttals by April 15th.
Thank you. Councilmember Hoskins?
197, that resolution, since it doesn't really depend on how much the pool costs, could we keep that on, or would you recommend that it be removed or put in abeyance also?
The only thing I would suggest that this question, the amount that it will bring in doesn't depend on the cost estimate. However, any questions brought before the voters on funding an aquatic center, each of these questions are just one piece of the financing plan. So all of these pieces would need to be in place in order for an aquatic center to be funded. And so the city council has to consider that the possibility that the other two questions don't have the cost estimates in time to meet the deadline for the June municipal election. And in that case, only one ballot question would go forward, and the other ones may need to wait. And so there might be just a better, it's up to city council, but there might be a motivation to have all three questions together for likelihood of voter passage and having one message. So that would be just for the council's consideration.
I'd like to add too that, part of this is dependent on the recommendations. Well, it's not dependent on, but the committee will be making recommendations regarding not only a potential cost, but also whether rehabilitation of the facility is possible. So depending on how those answers come back from the consultant that is currently working on it, that may have an influence on these ballot questions moving forward.
Well, I concur with your answer. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Adams?
Thank you. I guess my question would be along the lines of, because I know a lot of concern is about, not having those numbers, right? Not really having a recommendation yet from the committee as to which direction. And so it leaves a lot in the air to ask for these numbers, and these are sizable amounts of dollars. But would that number actually be present in the question itself, or would it more likely just affect, well, if we're going to repair rather than build new, it might reduce those numbers? Do you understand my question? How once we have those answers, how those might impact the actual question itself?
Yes, those cost estimates could be in the explanation section, which would explain the need for that appropriation from the Capital Improvement Fund. I don't think that the amount being appropriated from the Capital Improvement Fund would change significantly, or that's being asked by the voters. But just to have that full picture so that the voters know, okay, this is what it's going to cost, and this is, part of a piece of funding that.
And I think it's important for the public to know that these questions are certainly very much different than what was previously on there. And this is trying to identify how to fund the facility rather than just, do we want to go out on a bond for this much money for this type of project? So I think it's important to know that that's how these questions are worded, is to help us identify ways to fund the pool rather than just, do we want to spend a lot of money on a pool? So I think that's just my comment, not so much a question.
And I concur with Councilmember Adams' point there. The reason for doing it this way, this was a recommendation from Finance Director Diane Pelletier. There is no tax increase associated with any of these possibilities. It's using money either from the sale of land or from the Capital Improvement Fund, which is regenerated from lease revenues and that type of money. But there would be no tax increase that was being proposed previously on potential construction of a new facility. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Bridges?
So are we talking about putting it in abeyance until there is a recommendation of a cost, either to repair or to build? Or are we talking about moving forward without that?
Staff recommends simply just holding the item in abeyance.
And I would suggest, because the committee that's meeting on this usually meets, I believe, the second week of the month, that I would move then to hold this in abeyance until the February 23rd council meeting to give that committee an opportunity to meet again. Anyone wishing to second that motion?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, that brings us then to item number 14, a resolution placing a question on the ballot regarding capital improvement projects at the Boulder City Airport. Madam City Attorney.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Again, this resolution should look familiar to you. This was brought forward to the City Council at the January 12th, 21 City Council meeting. The Resolution 7209 places a question on the 2021 June municipal general election ballot asking voter input regarding capital improvement projects at the Boulder City Airport. During the January 12th meeting, there was robust discussion on the ballot question and the wording, and ultimately a motion was made to hold the item in abeyance to give council more time to consider the ballot question. Following the meeting, a alternative ballot question was proposed that specifies seeking voter input on whether the city should authorize construction of additional runway or runway extension to be built at the Boulder City Municipal Airport that would specifically facilitate the increase of flight traffic and increase usefulness for aircraft larger than what has historically been present. And so the only difference in this question is that it asks about a specific project being additional runway or runway extension rather than building and capital improvement projects generally that increase flight traffic and would increase the usefulness for aircraft larger than what has historically been present at the airport. So the council has both of these ballot questions and can choose to move forward with one or the other, if any. Thank you.
Thank you. The reason that I had brought this forward originally, and the question that was presented at our previous council meeting, was regarding how the airport should be developed. I know there was conversation about ambiguity in the question, that it wasn't understood. I think that misses the point. Whether that's a deliberate misinterpretation of what the question was that I put forward, I'll leave that to others to take a look at. The question was simply, do we want to go forward with capital improvement projects that facilitate growth at the airport? That was what the question was. This alternative that's being presented now is saying, no, we're not going to talk about anything other than extending runways. And yet, if you look at the master plan that is out there for the airport, there are numerous capital improvement projects that are intended to facilitate the growth of the airport, the increase in traffic at the airport, without having anything to do with the extension of runways. While the extension of runways certainly is a factor in that, it is not the only capital improvement project that is already in the master plan for the airport to be able to facilitate additional growth and additional types of aircraft. So I do understand that there was quite a bit of conversation at the last meeting about, it needs to be clear. Well, this is an advisory question. Advisory questions are intended to ask the community how they feel a facility within the city should look. What should the city do going forward with something like the airport? Do they want to see a bigger airport? Do they want to see a smaller airport? That was the intent of my question, and then it was turned around to say, oh, no, you have to specify a specific project. That's not the intent of an advisory question. That would be the intent of a question if you were going to go ahead with a project to specify a particular project. This is to get feedback from the community as to what they wish to see happen at that airport. So that was the reason I went forward with that question. It's certainly the reason I will continue to go forward with that, is to get input from this community as to what they want their airport to look like, and not what other factors might be involved by other concerns to say, no, we can only talk about this, but you can't talk about that. I know that safety is brought into this, all of those things. Those may be arguments one way or the other for a project, but they're not a reason to ask the community what they want to see in their airport. An example of the other types of projects that are within that master plan now that are capital improvement projects, in addition to reworking runways, changing elevation of runways, extending the length of runways, is widening taxiways, widening aprons, providing additional areas for construction of other buildings. All of that is within that master plan and would be considered capital improvement projects. So to try and limit this to, oh no, we're only going to talk about runways when we talk about facilitating additional traffic at the runway, I believe is disingenuous. I'm not sure, it wasn't specified who had submitted the alternate question, but certainly time for that person or other members of council to speak to this.
Well, I can speak to it. I am the person who actually proposed this ballot question, and I derived this from the last meeting, which I wasn't able to attend, but in listening to it, that seemed to be the concern, was the increasing of the runways, or extending or increasing the amount of runways. So that's why I wrote it. Maybe it isn't written properly, but I think it's better than not knowing where we're going, and maybe we need to add to it. I don't know. This is just my idea. If you don't like it, someone else can rewrite it.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Bridges.
Yeah, I have really since the beginning, when this was first introduced, tried to wrap my mind around where this was coming from, because we started out by talking about capital improvement plan at the airport and the possibility of approving an air traffic control tower at a point when the FAA was willing to pay a significant portion of that including paying the employee who would be manning that control tower. And we were also talking about replacing the fuel tanks and whether or not to farm that out and have an outside vendor take care of that. It seemed like from out of nowhere we're talking about the master plan, the airport master plan, which I have now read. I'm got the full thing. It takes a long time to download, and read the history, the background, what the recommendations are, where this is coming from, and what the process of creating that master plan involved, including community input, and lots of hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that, I guess my feeling is that if we're addressing the master plan, airport master plan, then that should be addressed directly. My concern, I felt from the beginning of the original advisory ballot question that it was an indirect way to encourage people to not support the idea of an air traffic control tower, which does not increase noise, nor does it increase traffic. It just increases the safety of the current traffic. Somebody asked me about, what about nighttime traffic? Well, I've flown into airports that did not have staffing at night of air traffic control towers. They shut down at 9 o'clock and they open at 6 in the morning. I understand the wording of the second Councilwoman Hoskins' wording of the second advisory ballot question, which basically asks the question, do you want the airport to grow? And that goes back to the first question. Again, I think if we're going to revisit the municipal airport master plan, then that needs to be the intention. I've heard about the fire. They suggest we have a fire station on the airport. The FAA won't pay for a fire station on the airport. In fact, they weren't even very enthusiastic of supporting that idea in the master plan. So I think my feeling is, if we're talking about a CIP, a project of an air traffic control tower, then we look at that. We have control over what gets built. I mean, I've not seen anything on any CIP that even looks anywhere down the road at other improvements at the airport. I've heard no talk except for the tower and the fuel farm. And again, I still strongly believe that this came in on the heels of the discussion of the tower, and I don't think this is the way or the time to deal with this. I think this just causes controversy in the community and gets people suddenly all up in arms about what's going to happen, and that there is nothing right now going to happen. So that's my opinion on this, the whole topic.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. When I mentioned that I felt that there was ambiguity in the language, it was because there was clearly a disagreement, I think, among members of council as to what types of projects could potentially facilitate increase in traffic or usefulness for flight. Just amongst us ourselves, there was a disagreement as to what types of facilities those might be or might not be. Obviously, those types of disagreements and that debate will be present in the public as well. And so I think in the end, what ends up happening is we're asking a question, and some people might feel, I don't want to see the airport grow, but air traffic control tower, these elements don't increase flight traffic, so they're not going to consider those things. And the other person might be voting the same way because they feel that it would prevent those sorts of things. And so I feel that in the end, then once we get the answer back, I'm not given any more clear direction as to what the true intent was, other than, I can surmise what I believe to personally be the things that to increase flight traffic usefulness for larger airplanes or aircraft. In all the discussions I've had, and I've reached out to a number of people in our community, people outside of it, people with aviation experience, those without, by and large, I mean, I heard zero response, at least when I was asking, I should say, everyone was in agreement that it was the runways, or at least of the aviation users, it was the runways that were the concern as far as what would actually increase the traffic. So when I saw the question that it had to do with the increase of flight traffic and the usefulness for larger aircraft, that was really the biggest thing. And so I feel that by identifying that type of thing, we were actually saying, we're going out to the public and saying, this type of project is something that has been recommended. It does have the ability to increase flight traffic, and it does have the ability to increase the usefulness for larger aircraft. People can then say, yes, I want to see that type of growth, or no, I do not want to see that type of development. And then we know. Of course, it's as you've said, it's an advisory question, so it's not binding. We can still go whichever direction we want, but I think the citizens have then made it very clear what their intent was with their vote, that they don't want to see this type of project, or they do. And I also think that also allows, based on that answer, to, because the biggest issue I think that this all comes down to, the one thing that in talking to everyone, is there's an issue with conflicted airspace. And so this was, I'm happy that Councilmember Hoskins suggested this. When I had spoken with the city attorney the following day, this was very similar along the lines of what I was thinking. That's why I lean more towards this. Now, if council doesn't think that this is good, or this doesn't really address it, for me personally, I don't think the first question really gets us anywhere, because I think we're going to be back here in the same spot arguing over, this does increase flight traffic. No, it doesn't. This is for X, Y, and Z. And then in the end, we went through the whole process to not actually get anything back other than just to have gotten it out there. That's my personal feeling, and it's genuine. It's not one that I am intentionally trying to misrepresent anybody's ideas. I think we're all in agreement that we all want to have a small airport that has a focus on general aviation, that doesn't push out any of the users. I just think we have a disagreement on how do we actually address that issue, and I'm hoping that we can all come to an agreement, at least on how to facilitate a question like that to the residents. That's why I'm leaning more towards the other one, because it is specific. I think that's important when we're trying to get input from the community. I'm here to listen. I'm not here to judge or castigate anyone for having a difference of opinion. And that's where I'm at right now.
Councilmember Folda?
Thank you. For Councilmember Adams, you asked for this to be held until this meeting to have a chance to propose any language that you thought appropriate. Do you have any language that you wanted to propose for this ballot question?
Well, what I was saying is that when I spoke with the city attorney, this language that is here is very much very similar to the exact language that I had suggested to her. Whether or not I didn't personally submit anything to Madam City Attorney, but that was the conversation we had, correct?
Yes, that reflects the conversation we had, Councilman.
So this very much reflects the type of language that I would have liked to see.
So what I'm hearing from everyone, it seems that we would like to maintain the status quo of the airport, not increase it. I'm not sure that everyone had a chance to read the master plan. It's hundreds of pages. But I agree with Mayor when reading that, is that there was, in that plan, is a plan for growth. And I don't think your statements were accurate, Councilwoman Bridges, in regards with the fire station. That was put in that location, and exactly the property that we removed tonight, number 33, was put in the vicinity of the airport so that a fire rescue would be paid by the FAA for 95% of that to be built. So that definitely shows an increase when you're putting our fire department down there. That's a plan for growth. So how do we get to where we need to be? I don't know why, but the airport tower keeps being a very much point of contention. And looking and investigating and reading on this, it's a point of contention amongst everywhere that I read. It's a debate. But statistically, that keeps bringing up it needs to be there for safety. Well, statistically, there's about 20,000 airports in the United States, and 500 of those have towers. So to say airports aren't safe that don't have towers, well, you're more likely to fly into an airport that doesn't have a tower than to fly in one with one. So, also, my other concern is that the FAA gives and it takes away. In 2013, they cut over 189 of the 251 towers that they had contractors in. And so, and it's also not a guarantee that this would be manned 24/7. And so we could have a $5 million tower that's not even manned. And so we still have an uncontrolled airport. So I'm not sure that we're going to maybe see or, reap a reward from a tower. And I'm not an expert in this, but even asking people who fly, there's some people who much prefer to have an airport tower. They like to have that monitored for them for safety, and I understand that. But there's also people who like the freedom of not having a tower. So you're going to hear both sides of that. And I've already heard that, from the public in our community. But I also say, as far as the growth concern for me, is that I don't want to see us turning into a huge airport. I think we're way too close. The airport's way too close to the residents of Boulder City. We have airspace that's goes over homes at this point already, and to increase that growth, I don't see that anyone's asked for that. But you can't increase without a tower also. Does that make sense? So it doesn't necessarily cause growth at an airport, but you also can't grow unless you have one. So it's kind of a double-edged sword for me. I understand that a lot of people like the safety of having one. I don't know that we will be a 24-hour controlled airport. And then it might give false illusion that, there is safety at our airport when there's not. I've heard all sides of this. And so I'm not sure how we can I think we're all trying to get to the same point. I think we have more in common than apart. Obviously, we have different opinions as far as the tower, but I think the growth can't happen unless you do have a tower. So at what point do we say stop? Because we've already allowed so much growth out there that our traffic is very heavy. And those are things that have happened. Even our airport advisory committee disagreed with some of the capital projects that already happened out there, and the way that money is being spent out there. And so to say, yeah, we have a decision in all matters, we do, but we're also perpetuating towards one decision. And at what point can you stop that? And there's some point of no return, and where is that at? And this council needs to figure that out.
Thank you. I'd respond to a couple of things. One, this has certainly become about the airport tower. That's not in my question. In my question is capital improvement projects that will facilitate the growth of the airport. Then it's about, certain people say they've got experience or know of others who have experience in aviation, and they insist that there must be a tower here. So your question's ambiguous, and it doesn't tell us or give us direction as to what the community wants. The question that I submitted was worded in such a way to be just what exactly is intended, an advisory question to inform the council of what the community wants to see in the airport. That's all it is. It's not a prohibition of a control tower. It's not directed at any specific project, but it certainly was interpreted that way and said, well, you're being ambiguous and you have to define this and this has to be said, when none of that's true, of course, unless you specifically want to exempt certain projects from being considered. Then you start using that type of language. Under the program my understanding that this tower would be constructed, it would not be manned 24/7. So it does give, I believe, that false sense of safety that at night, when you can't see well, that somehow that would be assisting pilots, except there would be no one in the control tower at night. And I do also appreciate the fact that other members of council don't have the benefit of having attended many of the meetings that were held while that airport plan was being developed, but I did attend those meetings. I know what was said. I know what the intent of each of these projects is, and that's to continue to push that airport to become larger and larger and larger. And I don't believe that there's an appetite for that in this community. As an example of how the aviation industry managed to get their way and use their influence on things, we talked earlier this evening about the CARES Act funding that the city received from the federal government to cover all types of different costs. That was $1.5 million. In that same act, in a separate part of the act, the aviation industry developed a formula that our airport received $2.7 million to assist with operations during the pandemic. So that's an imbalance that I think should scare a lot of people when the amount being awarded to people in an entire community is 1.5 million, and for an airport it comes out to 2.7 million. The fact that the FAA may pay for a substantial portion of the tower construction, it's not free money. It didn't just fall out of the sky. That's money that doesn't get used for projects elsewhere. It's real money that gets spent. It's not free money. And it also puts another burden on the city to continue to fund that, the maintenance of that building later on. As Councilmember Folda pointed out, the FAA may decide at some point in the future, we're not going to be able to fund your controllers anymore. And then the city would have to have a decision of, well, you're going to have to do that. So all of these projects, you know, we hear things about safety and I want this and this is the way that's done. This question is about one thing. Do we want a larger airport or not? Anyone else? Councilmember Hoskins?
All right, I think we all agree we don't want a larger airport. We don't all agree on a control tower. Yes, I am from an aviation family, and I do have an opinion. And the reason I have an opinion is because I've had experience. I've had 2 cases when my son was flying that we could have been hit and knocked down. There's been 5 cases at the airport already. 1 case happens, the city will be devastated. Okay, so I consider it to be a safety issue. How we got to that point where we started talking about the control tower, I don't know. I wasn't here. However, we are talking about it now. So I would say to council, if you don't think that the one that I proposed is specific enough, then let's include those things that would actually really increase the size of the airport in a question. And make it specific so they know that people don't have to wonder if it includes the control tower or not. That's the only answer that I can think of. When you say certain people want it, I don't use that airport. I wouldn't have any use anymore because I don't have a plane anymore. I used to have one, but don't anymore. I have to think about the safety of the citizens. A control tower does control the space. You have less traffic going over the houses because there is a controlled area that the airplanes have to fly in. If they do not fly in that area, then they are fined, and let me tell you, you do not want the FAA contacting you if you're a pilot. So there are pluses, and there are, I guess you can see some minuses. I've never ever heard of an air traffic control tower that the FAA built and then left, but maybe you have more information than I do on that. So my only suggestion would be we could revise this, we could forget about it and not have any advisory question. But I do believe that the way that the question was written, from what I've heard from different people, non-aviation people, that they thought it was not clear enough. So that's why I tried to clarify it, because we all want to keep an airport small. We do not want growth, just as we don't want large growth within our city in housing and such. That's why we are a small town. We want to remain a small town. So that would be my only suggestion. Maybe city attorney could add some other words in there that deal with the growth, and we could look at that later. But other than making a motion for my own suggestion, that's the only thing that I can say. Thank you.
Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, I think we could spend all night talking about air traffic control towers and controlled space in airports and big airports and small airports, and that you fly into the airport that you want to fly into. And we have an airport in Boulder City that's part of a system, and it's all controlled by the FAA, and it's part of a Southern Nevada system, and it's part of a national system. Air traffic control towers, pretty much my experience is they assist in the communication between airplanes rolling around on the ground and the ones flying around in the air. Because without an air traffic control tower, they are calling each other in the air. They're literally, is there somebody down there? I'm coming in, you're leaving. Unless they're up high enough that they're now in controlled airspace that's controlled by Las Vegas McCarran Airport. There's all different levels depending on when they're flying. The part that's most important about having an air traffic control tower, those lower levels where you have helicopters going in and out, you have commercial flights going in and out. This is not just a small little general aviation airport in Minden, California. This has commercial flights in and out and different modes of flight. So that, to me, is, to me, that's not the discussion. My concern is, and again, that's fine, ask, do we want to extend the runway? Do we want to thicken the runways? Because right now the runways are 12,500 pound regulated. You're not supposed to bring airplanes in that weigh more than that. Sometimes they do land there. If an F-16 happens to land there, it happens to land there. So there are lots of ways that you could say, okay, we're not going to extend runways, but then we could resurface the runways to 26,000 pounds, and now that'll bring in bigger airplanes. So we could make a book called, like, that looks like the master plan of all of the ways that they recommend that airport grows, and that there are some things in there that are safety measures. It's just, okay, we can ask, again, I appreciate Councilwoman Hoskins' suggestions, but that's not the only way to keep it from growing. It just says, okay, we just won't lengthen the...
Mayor, since it's your question, may I ask a question, please? From my understanding, isn't it your intention to try to determine what the community wants, if they want, what type of airport?
And I think I've expressed my intent clearly. Let's let Councilmember Bridges finish.
Okay, yeah, I understand. We're saying, do you want a bigger airplane? Do you want more airplanes coming in? The flip side of that is, do you want our airport to be self-sustaining? And what does that require? And is it going to affect people in the community? I'm just not sure why we're going in this direction right now at all. Yeah.
Okay, once again, I believe that the intent of my question was clear, and that is an advisory question asking the community whether they wish to have this council approve projects at the airport that may facilitate additional growth and other aircraft at the airport, I move for approval of Resolution 7209 with the original wording of the question as I proposed. Is there anyone wishing to second the motion?
Mayor, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails 2-3. We are now moving on to the next item, which is item number 15, presentation of City Manager's Annual Report. Mr. Mays.
Mayor McManus, considering the lateness of the hour, I'm offering the council the opportunity to postpone my presentation until the next council meeting if it's your wish.
We may turn into pumpkins if we go a little bit longer here, so. Any objections to proceeding as Mr. Mays has suggested by postponing this? Thank you for the suggestion, and it is accepted, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, number 16.
Nothing unusual to report.
The short version. Thank you, sir. Brings us to item 17, public comment. This is the last public comment period. Comments during this period may be on any subject. Speakers continue to be limited to 5 minutes. Ask that you be civil and concise in your comments. The phone number is 702-589-9629.
Public comment.
Good evening. I would like to make public comment, please.
Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor McManus and Honorable City Council. This is Vince Alberta again at 1237 Sonatina Drive in Henderson, Nevada. I wanted to clarify a few items that were discussed around agenda item number 9 tonight and call attention to the council on these items. First, there was discussion about the golf carts and the investment by the city of $150,000 in the capital budget, and the city was taking all the risk. The city also receives 100% of that return on investment because per the agreement in section 5.18 on page 139 of your agenda docket, according to agreement 18-1805, the City Council receives the entire 100% revenue generated from new golf carts. So I would ask, going forward in the new fiscal year, regardless of how the maintenance contract turns out, that the City Council make that investment because there is a reward and a return on that investment. Subject to another council comment about the length of the contract with Mr. Randy Shaper, in agreement number 181805, in section 4.1.1.1 on page 137. In fact, it does state that there is an out clause for the city on a 6-month notice or even a 90-day convenient termination clause, and so there is protection for the City Council for an agreement in the existing contract or any contract going forward. Finally, I would like to say there was a lot of discussion about incorporating capital costs on the operation of the golf course and what the true cost of the golf courses are. I would ask the City Council to apply that same standard to your swimming pools, since there's a potential $8 million of questions that will be posed to the residents on capital projects associated to the swimming pools, as well as 10% of revenue generated from a land sale, ironically, on land near the Boulder Creek Golf Club. One other final comment I would make is that there was an offer by Mr. Shaper to meet with every council member to discuss questions, concerns, or how the golf course operates. I would ask the council members who have not had that conversation or meeting to please reach out. I would also request the staff, the city manager, to organize a tour for the city council to go out and see the golf courses and see the maintenance, because there was quite a few comments made about the amount of money that the council would have to consider on these contracts. And if there is that much anxiety over the amount of money being spent, then surely there's enough interest from the council to go out and actually see what you're voting on, especially if you are not a golfer or have not ever frequented those properties. In my final comment, I would just say, I know it's election season. I know that creates a lot of posturing for elected officials. I understand the responsibility you have. I also understand how there is interest in how the voters play out and what they may be interested in. I will be anxious to see who the other 7 members are that have applied for the city council positions, and I will continue to follow this item and others on the council going forward. Thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor and the Honorable Council. I'll be back. I'll see you at the next meeting.
Thank you. This is our final public comment period. The phone line is available. The phone number is 702-589-9629.
Hi, this is Deborah Finnegan.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Deborah Finnegan. I'm the treasurer of Emergency Aid. I just wanted to say a quick thank you for the monies tonight, and I appreciate it. Appreciate all your work, and I'll be able to sleep a little better tonight. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you. The phone line is available. Final public comment period. The phone number 702-589-9629. Madam City Clerk, were there any emails or voicemails submitted for the final public comment period?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2.
All right, if you'd like to go ahead with those, please.
The first is from Lois Denot, and it is regarding the ballot question about the advisory question franchise fee. She said, I believe more explanation needs to be given to the voters about this ballot question. The number one question is, will passing this this advisory question franchise fee raise our monthly utility bills for residents and business owners in Boulder City, Nevada? If so, how much will it raise our utility bills? The way the ballot question is worded right now leaves up in the air whether our utility bills will be charged a flat 5% fee in addition to other bills. How much will this be? Until I know for a fact that this will not raise our Boulder City utility bill by 5% per month, I right now would vote no on this ballot question. The next one is from Kim Moore. Hello, Boulder City Council. Happy New Year. I want to bring your attention to a new policy at Veterans Memorial Park that has now become a health danger to our pets and children. Back in October, the Parks and Rec Department decided to start to enforce an ordinance written in 1988 that restricts the feeding of ducks. This was done to try and reduce the maintenance at the pond believed to be caused by the numerous amounts of wild ducks. Roger Hall has been trying to get rid of the ducks at Veterans Park for a very long time. His assumption is if no one was feeding the ducks, they would simply fly away. I explained to the mayor and to Roger back in October that many of these ducks were born at the park, including 6 Peking ducks who don't even have wings to fly. The ducks are never going to go away. They don't know where to go. When the feeding stopped, the ducks went to the grass to find food. This has caused issues with lots of duck waste on our fields. To mitigate this problem, the Public Works Department started spraying the grass with highly toxic chemicals several times a week. The ducks are now dying, and our dogs and children are getting sick. Several dogs have been rushed to the BC Animal Hospital, suffering from poisoning. I walked the field today, and even the grass is dying because of these chemicals. It's been 4 months of no feeding, and the ducks are still there. I asked Roger to remove them to a sanctuary if they were going to stop feeding them. But I guess the plan is to just poison them and let them die. This is unacceptable. The ordinance is from 1988 and has never been enforced. If you are truly going to enforce it now, it should be brought to the citizens for a vote. There are many residents of Boulder City whose sole joy in their day is to feed those ducks. The solution is far worse than the problem. I have spoken to Keegan, the director of Parks and Rec, and he is looking into what chemicals are being used and information about the dying ducks. Somebody got the video of park maintenance employees fishing the dead ducks out of the pond, and that has been sent to the Department of the Interior. There are many people angry about this, and we need immediate action. They must stop using these chemicals on the fields, and they cannot allow these animals to simply die. The residents of Boulder City deserve to be able to feed our ducks. I am calling for an immediate removal of the signs banning the feeding of ducks. Sincerely, Kim Moore. And those were the only 2 for general public comment.
Thank you. Again, if there is anyone wishing to call in, the phone number is 702-589-9629. All right, hearing no others, we'll close the final public comment period and move to our last item, City Council reports. Councilmember Folda.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to report that the advertisement and application for the city attorney and city manager has been released, and we already, in our first day of releasing it, has 26 applicants for between the 2 positions. The resumes will run through February 19th, and so we have about a month, so I think we'll have a good pool of applicants for those positions. So,
Thank you. Councilmember Hoskins. Thank you. Councilmember Bridges.
Yes, thank you. Too. I did attend the SNWA meeting, and I thought this was a very interesting piece of information, that the Clark County School District is converting 24 football fields to artificial turf and receiving in rebates $6.8 million from the SNWA. So that pays off. You don't have to water the turf, and they get $6.8 million in return. My second piece of information is, as always, the availability of food, rent, and utility assistance, and also assistance for residents who have to pay for distance learning care. for their children. So nobody should go hungry or be evicted or have their lights turned off. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday from 9 to 12. Thank you.
Councilmember Adams?
Thank you. I just wanted to take this time to thank staff, especially the fire department and the Parks and Rec, who have been working very hard to ensure that our residents are getting vaccinated, that the program is going on. I do have a Board of Health meeting this Thursday, so we will be having some discussions. I'm sure there's going to be things that we don't like to hear in there about our current status with that. But just in my briefings that I had recently, the difficulty is in securing the number of doses, and it's an issue, not just, it's an issue everywhere. So that's something that we are going to be trying to tackle, and hopefully I have some good information by our next meeting.
Thank you. And I'll follow up on that as well. The process to provide vaccines to community members has begun. It's actually pretty well underway. The first responders and healthcare workers have received their first dose, those that wish to have them. Some have even received their second dose at this time. Community support members, those are the folks that volunteer at emergency aid and lend a hand and the senior center. Residents over 70 years of age are currently receiving their first dose of the vaccines. Educators are receiving their first doses. Yesterday, there were over 300 residents that received their first dose. We are limited in the number of vaccine doses that are being made available. There's certainly, all you have to do is turn the TV on. It's clear there's confusion about that. But I think the plan that Fire Chief Will Gray and Acting City Manager Michael Mays have put into effect is going to get the vaccine out to our community members that wish to have it as quickly as we possibly can. So some patience. Keep doing the things that we need to do, wearing the mask, washing our hands, limiting person-to-person contact. Those are all going to be critical over these next few months so that we can get our economy open, so that we can stop having friends and loved ones become ill or in some cases die from this disease. We need to be smart here, folks. We're getting to the end, I hope, but we need to be diligent while we get there. Thank you, and we're adjourned.